Okay. City Council met on Thursday, May 28th, 2020 at 7 p.m. remotely to hold its regular meeting for the purpose of discussing any and all business via remote participation in accordance with Chapter 40A of the Massachusetts General Laws and the Governor Baker's emergency order dated March 12, 2020. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Law 30A 20, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Salem City Council will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and or parties with a right and or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the city's website at www.salem.com. No in-person attendance of the members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so despite best efforts, we will post on the city's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of the proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch, listen, or provide comment during the meeting may do so in the following manner. Please click the link that you'll find on the city's website under this meeting, or go to Zoom and enter webinar ID number 859-1829-8008, followed by the meeting password above if directed to do so on the screen. Participants can dial a toll-free number, 888-475-4499 or 877-853-5257 to join the meeting. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number 859-1829-8008 and follow the instructions to join the meeting. For those dialing in, you may press *9 to raise your hand during the public comment period. This meeting is also live on SATV on channel 22. Members of the public wishing to speak in the agenda must follow the how to sign up for public testimony outlined in the agenda below. Members of the public attending the meeting virtually will be allowed to make comments if they wish to do so during the portion of the hearing designated for public comment and by following how to participate noted above. City of Salem, May 28th, 2020, City Council regular meeting. A regular meeting of the Salem City Council is being held remotely on Thursday, May 28th, 2020 at 7 p.m. for the purpose of transacting any and all business. Note this meeting was posted on May 26, 2020 at 1:11 p.m. This meeting is being taped and is live on SATV. It's on Zoom. We're doing everything we can to get it out there. Currently, all members of the council are here. Council President McCarthy presided. Councilor Madore moves to dispense with the reading of the record of the previous meeting. All those in favor? Hands, please. Let the record reflect that we have 11 hands. I now request everyone please rise and join Councilor Dibble with Pledge of Allegiance. Let me spin for the flag. There it is. Councilor Dibble. You're still muted, Councilor. There you go.
Here we go. All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Who's got the mayor's address on the city council? Councilor Masillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we go out of order to page 9 on the agenda to allow Mayor Driscoll and Health Agent David Greenbaum to address the council.
Thank you. Seeing no objection, Mayor Driscoll and David Greenbaum, nice to have you with us again this evening.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to come before you to share information and latest updates. I think many folks know that we try and post regular updates on the city website. Dave, with your indulgence, I'm going to share the screen. It'll have some of the numbers, and maybe you can just kick us off with respect to where things stand from the latest public health information.
Yep. So an update on cases. As of today, Salem recorded 589 positive confirmed COVID cases. Of those, 206 are still under investigation. We have 383 that have cleared their isolation period. Unfortunately, we did confirm an additional fatality today due to COVID, so we're at a total of 27 COVID-related deaths in Salem.
mean, I think, councilors, many of you are familiar with these slides. We continue to monitor both the number of new cases, the number of recovered cases, and I can't say enough about just the outstanding work of Dave and the public health nurse crew. It's now a crew. It started out with one and has really grown to involve, I know, many of our school nurses and others in our community who are helping with contact tracing. Anytime there is a positive case, there's a report that comes to the city, and then there's a ton of work that goes into reaching out to that individual, making sure they have the information that they need, and then all of the individuals that they may have been in contact with 3 days before they were symptomatic for a 10 or 15-minute period of time also need to be contacted and quarantined. So chasing down people, helping answer questions, you can imagine that's a pretty trying experience, and they're doing just a tremendous job with it. This is probably the favorite slide that we like to see because it shows the average number of cases a day going down, and while the recovered cases are going up. We're really hoping that orange line and that blue line cross up really soon. It's getting close. Thanks to a lot of good efforts from a number of folks that we're seeing a decline in cases, and frankly, the vigilance of people, continuing to wear face coverings, continuing to practice safe physical distancing and proper hygiene are so critical. And we have noticed with the warmer weather, just more people putting their guard down a bit with those. It's hot, things are starting to reopen, and it feels like it's a little less compliance with respect to people practicing those physical distances in public places, coming prepared. Dave, we've talked about if you're at a public park on a warm day, bring your face covering. The chances are that you're not going to be able to properly physical distance. And the hand washing and the hygiene, we're doing as much as we can to try and clean public spaces, and you'll be seeing more sanitization efforts, more signage out over the course of the next week as we want to give people an opportunity to practice both clean hygiene and sanitization as necessary in a public place. Dave, do you want to go over this slide? We're, I think, pretty excited about getting this data from the state. It's something we've been asking for. Maybe you can touch base on what this is.
Yep. So as you can see, as the mayor mentioned, we have been trying to get data from the state specific to the city of Salem as far as case counts, percent positives. So the state has finally started to disseminate that information to locals. We got this yesterday on the state's dashboard. You can see that in the Salem versus Mass rates as of yesterday, per 100,000 residents, we're pretty close to what the state is at. We're 1,299 and the state is at 1,352. Our percent positive compared to the state is pretty close. They're at 17% and Salem is at 17.5%. So as the mayor has said a number of times, the gold standard is to be at 10 or under, and we're hoping to get there. We're doing a lot of work. There's a lot of vigilance going on, but we need to keep it up so that we can get to that 10% positivity rate. I think we're on the right path now.
And we'll continue to track and monitor these numbers. I think we're going to be getting them weekly. You wouldn't want to look at it just under one day, but if we have, a week's worth of information, this is in the aggregate. So we'd really love to be able to get it from DPH, knowing like what a new week looks like. Are we seeing an increase in percent positives? Are we seeing a decrease in a particular week? Certainly if you saw a spike, you'd want to really get a handle on where that's coming from. And the reason why it's so helpful to have both sets of data, the negatives and the positives, so you get the total test count, is if we're only seeing the positives, we don't have an understanding of what the denominator is. Are we just testing more people, or was there something else going on in the community? So this is an important benchmark, along with hospitalizations and many of the other benchmarks that the state is using. We hope to have our own mini dashboard for Salem so that we can have a closer understanding of what's happening here. But that does take getting the data from the state. They really are the portal where everything's going into. So this is, we think, a step in the right direction to have it, and we'll continue to look at this and other benchmarks. So we also thought we'd go through some of the questions from the city survey. As many of you know, we do an annual resident survey. It helps us gauge areas of concern and areas that where things are going well from a delivery of government services. This year, we have added a few questions related to COVID and coronavirus, just to understand a little bit better how our community was feeling about these areas. I want to be clear, this is not a scientific survey. It's done online. 1,200 people took the survey, but it's a snapshot of information that we think is useful to help just get some bearings on how folks are thinking in our community. So one of the questions we asked is, what would worry you more? Are you more worried about health impacts of opening up too soon or economic impacts of staying closed too long? The folks who responded to the survey, 77% of them were, an overwhelming number, were more concerned about the health impacts of opening up too soon. A smaller number concerned about the impacts of staying closed too long at 15%, and then 7% who said other or didn't answer the question. So to give you some idea what's on folks' minds, obviously people are concerned about making sure we reopen safely in Massachusetts and certainly in Salem. Some of the questions related to individuals, their own behavior. Nearly 70% of people indicated that they were remaining at home unless really absolutely necessary to go out. And close to 70% were also saying they were wearing a face covering when they're outside the home, whether they were required to do so or not. So whether it was part of a legal regulation, they just felt like that was a step they wanted to take. And this survey, my recollection is we had this survey out in late March, early April, just to give you a timeline of when people would have been giving these responses. We asked people about wearing a face covering when they're outside their home if they're legally required to. 34% of the people said they're only doing it when they're legally required to. Almost half of the folks who responded indicating they were telecommuting or working from home, even though they normally did not do that. And then we had folks in the teens, 16% indicating they'd been laid off or furloughed or otherwise lost work due to COVID, and 13% had tapped into some government benefit or service as a result of COVID-19. That could be unemployment, that could be the PPP program. We also wanted to get a read on folks' satisfaction levels with respect to the response to COVID-19. And we had different categories. I mean, healthcare workers through the roof, right? So many folks really responding so positively to the work of healthcare workers and showing appreciation. Almost, a unanimous 100% there. 69% very satisfied, 29% satisfied. Almost equal numbers for Salem's first responders. Again, folks really, I think, showing their appreciation for people who are on these front lines. Public health officials also really high marks, 45% very satisfied, 49% satisfied. Salem Public Schools, these would be folks who, were responding to the pivot that was made to set up remote learning. Most families and parents pleased with the response from Salem Public Schools. Food, it could be any of those things that people were reacting to. The local government's response, I think people appreciate having the information, opportunities to come before the council. We've done other both phone calls and Facebook Live videos and messages. We want people to know what's going on. Even when we're uncertain or unsure, we want to be able to share information. And hopefully people are picking up on that. The state government, clearly the governor and state officials are working really hard to understand this virus and make sure that we have resources and are capable of making good behavior choices with respect to trying to beat back the spread of the virus. Pretty high ratings there. We did see a drop off when it came to the federal government. Not as many people responding, had really strong feelings. Just 20% of folks were either very satisfied or satisfied, with the majority of folks really very dissatisfied with the federal government's response. Obviously one of the impacts that we're experiencing here in Salem and across not only the Commonwealth, but many parts of the country due to COVID is just a real downturn in the economy, and particularly with respect to unemployment. I have never seen such a staggering shift. I mean, just a complete turn of events from, March of 2020, having an unemployment rate of Salem of 3.1%. In April of 2020, we are now at 18.5%. We are ahead of the state average in terms of unemployment. That is not something we want to be ahead of the state average in, with over 4,000 Salem residents unemployed. When we break out some of the industry sectors that make up that unemployment rate, we know that food, accommodations, lodging, and retail are a big component of Salem's unemployment rate, which is, understandable given the types of industry we have here and the fact that those places were closed, right? Many of them shut down, unable to work. It's also disconcerting because I think those are many of the places that are going to be slower to start back up. If you were looking at a number that had a high amount of manufacturing, well, manufacturing is going back to work. There would still be some downturn. But, the worry is we don't want these unemployment rates to hover at these levels for long periods of time. And, thinking about reopening and recovery, we have been spending through our Economic Development Recovery and Revitalization Task Force time meeting with our business owners, interviewing them, doing surveys, trying to understand what their needs are, how they're doing. We do have targeted assistance for business owners through some of the federal grant dollars that we've been able to obtain. And we're really hopeful that members of our small business community can hang on till the reopening dates. But it's a concern without having the level of business, even with restaurants doing takeout or retail now being able to do curbside. It's a really slow slog. And these are folks who I think we're trying to understand how we can be helpful and support them going forward so that these unemployment numbers can also go down and we can put people back to work in our community. So restarting Salem in a number of fronts. Salem City Hall, we are planning to open June 15th. We're working through those details with City Hall staff, department heads. We will not be at full force. Our expectation is we'll still have people working remotely. Part of that is to try and make sure we have safe physical distancing within the building for employees and staff. Part of it is we've got staff who have childcare challenges, and folks have been really productive working at home. So we feel like we can get a lot of work done, and we'll have City Hall will be open to the public, but we won't necessarily have every single person in every single office at the same time. And we're working through those details, and we'll have a set date, but it's looking very much like June 15th. The library and the community life center, unfortunately, are going to lag behind that a little bit. Both of those industries or those types of offices will have specific state regulations coming out. That's due in part because there are places that folks congregate. It's a different type of public interaction. We really want to make sure we can keep both members of the public safe and our employees safe. I think we've got a bit of an extra challenge with the library. We've got a historic building that is beautiful and the staff does amazing work there, but there's all kinds of nooks and crannies which can make it hard to physically distance. Even where we have computers and things like that set up for the public, it's a pretty tight, compact area. So we may have to make some physical changes in layout and need time to do that. The library will be open for curbside service, though, on June 1st. So they're trying to do a little bit more, but still letting the public in. We're a little hesitant to do that. Our expectation is that outdoor dining and lodging are going to resume in phase 2. That was laid out in the governor's plan earlier. We don't have exact dates, but the expectation is it will be outdoor first and then indoor dining sometime later in that same phase. We are trying to think really robustly with our partners and small business about how to use outdoor space. We have heard from a vast majority of the small business community who think that is something that would be helpful to their business and help them hang on through these down periods. So we're working closely to streamline and expedite some of the permitting for that, identifying locations both adjacent to properties, like in parking spaces where their sidewalks are large enough, but also in public areas, public plazas, so that we can provide space for both people to get out. I do think there's some cabin fever, pent-up demand, but to be able to do so safely. And there will be specific regulations for dining and distance and all of that. In terms of the small business community, these are some of the top requests we've heard from them. A real need to both source and, if possible, subsidize some of the cleaning and sanitization supplies and extra costs related to PPE. As I said, the outdoor dining and shopping is something that folks are interested in, to give them a little bit more space to do work and to serve customers or patrons. And then a lot of support for marketing, making sure people know when Salem is safe, when Salem is reopened, that it's safe to be here. Cross sales promotion. We've seen a lot of that happening organically with businesses, restaurants teaming up with brewers, retail marketers teaming up with restaurants, and we'd love to encourage more of that. We think there's an opportunity for a really big shop local campaign to get people excited about reopening and what's happening in our community. So a lot of work to do for sure, but we're excited about the opportunity to work with all of you and with residents in our business community. There's a real esprit de corps in Salem. We've got so many people volunteering to help out. And we'd like to take some of that same spirit towards remembering that every time we're able to shop local, we're supporting a local job, putting more tax revenues in our coffers, right? Those are meals taxes for us or lodging taxes for us, and putting somebody to work. 18.5%. That's an unemployment number that is unheard of. So we're hopeful that as we work through these issues, we can have a strong partnership with all of our stakeholders in our community. Happy to take any questions, comments, or anything else I can answer for counselors. I know some of this is repetitive because we do get a chance to share information with you. We try to in advance, but feel free.
Any member of the council have a question for Mr. Greenbaum or the mayor?
Great. Well, we know you have a very long meeting tonight, so we will get out of the way and let you get to it. And
thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Bye, Dave.
Have a good night, Mayor.
You too.
Councilor Masillo, could we move to receive and file this, and then I'll take a motion to go back to the regular portion of the agenda?
Move to receive and file.
Councilor Masillo moves to receive this matter and place it on file. All those in favor? All those opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none. Councilor Masillo.
I move that we return to page 3 in the agenda.
Councilor Masillo moves to return to page 3, which is public testimony. For the record, this evening we have 38 people signed up. Public testimony is usually held to 15 minutes. This is not a public hearing. This is a meeting of the City Council, of which we allow a public comment period. The comments are to be about a matter on the agenda. Out of the 38 people, almost all of them have signed up for the ADUs. Some of them have participated in the various public hearings we had on this. So without any further ado, I will just ask everyone to limit their comments to a minute or less, so we can get through all 38 and allow everyone to state their opinion. If you could just be as brief as possible to make your thoughts, to get your thoughts across to the various city councils. So with that being said, Madam City Clerk, the first name I have on the list is Alice Merkel.
Yep, Alice Merkel, I'm going to allow you to talk. So if you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Alice Merkel, 28A Federal Street, Unit 2. And I want to thank the council for taking up the ADU ordinance tonight. With the COVID-19, it will only exacerbate the housing crisis, which we had before COVID started, so it's more important than ever. And I just want to express my support for the ADU expansion ordinance. It's a naturally occurring affordable housing. And also, we need to give homeowners every opportunity we can to stay in their homes. And it's definitely a great win-win scenario where it creates an affordable unit and assists homeowners to stay in their home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Nestor Grillion.
Nestor, I see you in here twice, but I'm going to allow you to talk. So if you can unmute yourself, please, and state your name and address and unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself, Nestor? I'll try the other one, Nestor. See if that's you on the other one. Is there a way to
That's good.
unmute yourself? Okay.
Can you hear me right now, right?
Yes.
Yep, that's good. Name and
Perfect,
address-
thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
Of course, my name is Nestor Gruen, and address 14 Harrison Ave, apartment 2 in Salem, Mass. And I've been residing in Salem for so many years. And this is my point of view. I got 4 points, and I would like to really read it to you. And number 1, ADU did not work in LA, California. This ADU ordinance will hurt Salem. Why not to do something to take care of those that are here, our family, our senior? Tax exemption will give to homeowners, will lose revenue and put the stress on the city budget. And other homeowners citywide will now have to pay for those city services of ADU residents who will be tax exempt if this bad idea passes. This is not fair. Changing the structures of dwelling alters the value of the property. Often the squeeze in housing units where they do not really fit, and many will be unsafe. We cannot inspect and enforce what we already have, and now we want to add this bad idea. The historical landscape will change extremely fast, and our grandchildren will not know our history. Salem will be worse off. Please, please, please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Steve Kapanthis.
1 second.
Yep.
All right, Steve, I'm going to allow you to talk. If you'd like to unmute yourself, you state your name and address for the record, please.
Steve Kapantis, 23A Wisteria Street, Salem, Mass. Good evening, City Council. In the simplest of terms, the decision on ADU ordinance is a comparison of the pros and cons. If we could weigh them on a balance and determine which side provides the best results for the city, your decision tonight would be easy. Both sides on this argument make valid points based on theoretical evidence and qualitative measurements. However, when you ask them for empirical evidence and quantitative measurements, neither side can provide them. For example, how many ADU units will be created? How many seniors will it help stay in their homes? Will it create affordable housing, and at what percentage of AMI? How much will it affect population density? How will it affect vehicle traffic in the neighborhoods? How will it affect neighboring property values? These are all factors that should be measured prior to such an ordinance being enacted. A better and smarter approach would be to create a pilot program for ADUs so we can sample the unknown factors and make a well-informed decision. I thank you all for your consideration on this matter and hope that you will vote no this evening.
Thank you. Next up is Pedro Fabre.
Yeah.
I think I have that correct.
Right. Yeah. Hold on. I believe, Pedro, if you had the screen name is property owner, so if that's you, if you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Pedro Fabre, 4 Border Street in Salem. I just want to thank you guys for this opportunity. You allow me to speak in this behalf from the ADU, and I want you guys to consider why not. I don't want you guys to vote yes on this. I want you guys to vote no on this. Why? The R1 is a residential area that produces quietness, safety, and less traffic. Having a crowd dwelling bring more traffic, noises, pollution, and hurt the environment we all love. I'm Hispanic, I own a property, and I'm also worried that the increased taxes will knock minority out of their home ownership while stock them in a sky-rise buildings. Please do not change my neighborhood and vote no, because we cannot fix this problem of housing by letting developers with this ADU take advantages of our lovely city. Please vote no. Thank you, respectfully.
Thank you. And next up, I have Erica Feldman. I believe.
I am not seeing her name or phone number as she listed. So Erica, if you are out there, if you don't mind raising your hand in case you had to get on a different way than what I have you listed at.
I see house switch.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is this Erica? You can unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yep, Erica?
Yes, hi.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm Erica. I own Erica Feldman. I live at 26R Chestnut Street. I own House Switch Home and Healing in downtown Salem. I am calling in to voice my support for the ADU ordinance, and I hope that you will pass it. I am actually a resident of an ADU myself. I am an upstanding citizen. I don't think I add any noise or traffic to my neighborhood, and I'm a small business owner. And being able to live in an ADU is really important to me, and it allows me to, stay in Salem and to be able to afford to live in Salem. And that's the most important thing to me because I really love Salem. So thank you. I hope that you'll pass this ordinance.
Thank you. Next up, I have Paige Curtin.
One second. All right, Paige, I'm going to allow you to talk. You should unmute yourself, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello, Paige Curtin, 90C Wharf Street. I'm also here to speak in favor of accessory dwelling units. During my time at Salem State University, I can't tell you how many friends I had who couldn't stay to finish their degree because of a lack of housing. The college isn't able to guarantee it all 4 years. And many of the folks who were able to finish, myself included, were only able to do so by sharing an apartment with a lot of roommates. And a lot of the opposition to this proposal seemed concerned about overcrowding Salem, but I would definitely argue that cramming 8 college students into a 3-bedroom apartment is way more overcrowded than if any of those students had the opportunity to live in a smaller, discrete unit elsewhere in the city. Those graduates are people who make up the fabric of our town. Salem State has an incredible nursing program and teaching program. We need to keep those folks around. And this proposal has nothing to do with overdevelopment. There's not a danger that every single family home would create an ADU. I just want to remind people that the people creating these units are your neighbors. They're homeowners. They're not big developers. So if you and your neighbors don't want to change the fabric of your neighborhood, then it won't. And that's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Next up I have, is it Tara Carpenter?
Yes, Tara, I'm gonna unmute you. Oh, hold on. You just switched. There it goes. I'm gonna allow you to speak, so if you want to unmute yourself, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. My name is Tara Carpenter and I do live on 13 Forest Avenue in Ward 5, and I'm here to show my support for the ADU ordinance. There's a real housing shortage in Salem and rents are just unbelievably high. I'm happy there's now an affordable requirement of under a 25% of a fair market rent with this ordinance. ADUs are a simple solution to help people live in Salem, stay in Salem. So I urge you guys just to please vote yes tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up I have Rosa Ordaz.
Rosa, I'm gonna mute you, and if you can unmute yourself, you should be able to speak.
Hi, Rosa Ordaz. I am in Ward 5 in Salem. I know we're...
Your exact address, please.
Oh, 13 Forest Avenue.
Thank you.
Sure. I know we're limited, so I will be brief. I shared my personal story with the council earlier today via email, so thank you for taking the time to read that. I want to affirm my support for this fantastic ADU ordinance, including the tax incentive, the loan, and affordability options. We are in a housing crisis nationwide, and in Salem, although we are above the 10% of the affordability requirement, we just heard from the mayor that we, as a city, have been hit hard with unemployment rates due to COVID. So that means we need more options now and the next time that we are hit with a crisis to keep people in their homes. Most of us, by the way, are just one setback away from really endangering our housing, but many of us are living that now, and we can barely make it with our rent or our mortgages, and we're living it before the COVID pandemic even hit. So, having the affordability requirement listed as a requirement for the ADU at 25% below fair market rent really addresses the push to guarantee affordability with these units. I know a lot of work went into that and a lot of advocacy, and Councilor Dominguez and Ola really made that happen, as well as the mayor. So thank you for your work on that. I urge you to vote yes and set a positive tone and a commitment to housing Salem residents for years to come, because this is more than just a vote for 2020. This will really set the tone for what kind of city we want to be and who we value as part of our community. It will determine whether we continue to see our market basket employees, our hospital workers, our beer brewers, our warehouse workers, and trash truck drivers as essential once this pandemic is over. So we need to show that they matter through our housing stock and our rental options. So I want to see our city commit itself to making sure that our essential workers that we rely on so heavily now know that they matter, and that we reflect that in our housing policy and our stock options. So I'm proud to be a homeowner here, and I look forward to raising a family. Thank you for your commitment to keep Salem diverse, housed, and moving forward.
Thank you. Just want to remind everyone, try to be as brief as you can. Ellen Clark.
Ellen, I'm going to allow you to talk, so you can unmute yourself. Name and address, please.
Yes, hi, Ellen Clark, 58 Derby Street. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm in favor of the proposal. Salem has properties all over the city that were converted to living space in our long history. I'm thinking of the barns, churches, carriage houses, etc. Salem State students cannot afford to live in Salem. This ordinance would allow Salem State students who we've educated and who love our community to stay. Please vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Laura Lee Stewart.
Yep. Laurie, I'm unmuting you. If you unmute yourself, you're all set.
Hi, this is Lori Stewart. I live at 7 Barnes Road. I'm speaking in favor of the ADU ordinance, especially now that it will have true affordability. I urge you all to vote in support of this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Ellen Fleming Clark.
Ellen, I allowed you to talk. Yep, just unmute yourself. Ellen, if you can unmute yourself, we should be able to speak. All right, let's try it again. Ellen, can you unmute yourself? Okay, we can come back to you, Ellen, if you like.
Yep. Next up, I have Milo. Milo M.
Yeah. Martinez, sorry.
Martinez, thank you.
Yep. Milo M. All right, Milo, if you can unmute yourself, you should be able to speak.
Hi, my name is Esteban Milo Martinez. I live at 78 Washington Square. I'd like to voice my support for the ADUs. Creo que los ADU ofrecen una excelente manera de expandir las viviendas en Salem y también alientan a los propietarios a reinvertir en sus casas y comunidades. Si bien los ADU no son del todo la solución a nuestra crisis de vivienda, deben considerarse y adoptarse como parte de un cofre de herramientas de vivienda asequible más grande. En estos tiempos sin precedentes, es importante proporcionarles a los propietarios que tienen dificultades para que se queden en sus hogares, lo que también crea un espacio para vivir para nuevos residentes. Gracias a los concejales que han trabajado tan duro para llevar esta ordenanza a donde estoy hoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Ellen still with us, or we want to?
Ellen, if you sign in on a different audio or something, can you raise your hand in case you had a plug in by Zoom and audio is by phone?
We'll go back. Next up is Yeleni Yona.
All right, Yeleni, you should be able to speak if you unmute yourself. Yeleni, can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Yeleni Noah, 53 Clark Street. I'm under the house on 8385 Congress Street, and also I'm under the house on 106, 108 Boston Street. Just to let you know, I'm a member of the Latino Leadership Coalition, and we have a meeting. And last night, for that meeting, only one person, 6 people to 5 people. We have 11 people. 6 people. We lose the position by 1 vote. So many of the members of the Latino Leadership Coalition didn't vote in favor of that ordinance. So I'm again to the ordinance. It has no affordability on it, and it doesn't hurt the affordability in Salem. This ordinance will make it harder for our residents, especially for our Latino community. It's not help. I don't know why they call affordable housing to that ordinance, because in reality it is not affordable. It's not good for our city. Again, please, all councilors vote no on this ordinance and keep Salem safe and affordability and diversity of Salem. Vote no on this ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Alvi Ibanez.
Okay. Alvi, if you're there, please unmute yourself.
There he is.
Yep. Alvi, just unmute yourself so you can speak. There you go.
All right. So my name is Alvi Avenes, and I live on 20.5 Barnes Road in Salem. And so I'm going to vote no, and I would like for the councilors to also support that. And the reason why is because, so I've lived in Salem since 1986. I lived in an area that I liked very much. And within 3 to 5 years, that area got overpopulated with construction, with traffic, with second floors, with basements being renovated. And it just became impossible for my family to live there. And so we decided to move to a more quiet area. We thought that quiet area is now under siege with more developments behind my property, in front of my property with 20 more new homes, across the street trying to sell and buy more stuff. So I'm gonna have to vote no. And I like Salem the way it is. An overpopulated Salem is not something that I want as part of my life or the life of my children. And I would like the councilors to support a vote on no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Nadine Hanscom.
Nadine, allowing you to speak. If you want to unmute yourself, please. Name and address for the record.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay, Nadine Hanscom, 10 Bayview Circle. I have spoken the last 2 times, so I won't reiterate what I've said before. But I would like to sort of address a couple of other things that have taken place. I'm finding it interesting that over the last week or two, that the councilors have had conversations dealing with the homeless shelter, League of Women Voters writing letters, and there was a Zoom meeting held last night called Yes to the ADU. That makes me, as a taxpayer, and I am a Salem resident, extremely upset. Why are these people involved in our business? Are they paying the taxes? Are they living beside me? No. So you all know that I am voting no. I would like the councilors to vote no. I live in Ward 6, and my counselor and I, she knows that I am in disagreement with her on this issue. I am saddened by that because we have a beautiful single-family neighborhood. And I'll go back to what I said a long time ago. Nobody has the right to change a single-family neighborhood. I don't care if you're an elected official or not. You have no right to do that. And I'm very upset that I don't have representation on the council floor. I'm not going to lie about that. I'm very, very upset. We have no housing crisis. What we do have is an affordability problem. And the ADU, and you all know that sitting there because you're all smart people, will not change that. So please stop saying that. Stop using the word, I need another tool in my toolbox, and I need more affordable housing. It's not going to be affordable. Someone that's taken out a $100,000 loan to build an apartment and change my neighborhood is not going to be giving that out at no discount bargain rate. So please stop using that because we all know that that's not a true statement. These are the things that make a person like myself crazy. I won't take up your time. I've spoken enough. I do appreciate you letting me speak, but please don't play me or the rest of the voters for a fool. We're not fools. Do not ruin a single family neighborhood. You do not have the right. I hope and I really pray that my counselor is listening and she changes her vote. We have a beautiful neighborhood. Don't change it. We spent our money. We saved it to move here. Don't change it. Please vote no. Thank you for listening. Have a nice and safe night. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Anderson Pena. And for anybody in the audience or in the participation on Zoom that has their raising their hand, if you didn't sign up in advance, we have rules about signing up in advance prior to 6:30, so you will not be recognized. Anderson Pena.
Okay, Anderson, I'm going to allow you to talk. If you unmute yourself, please, name and address.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can everybody can hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Anderson Pena, 171 Marlboro Road. and I'm totally against the ADU ordinance. And I ask our respected city council to please vote no. If a family needs extra space for a relative or a caregiver, we do have an ordinance in Salem that allows for that, but we don't hear about it. It's like someone doesn't want us to know about it or even mention it. It is a good ordinance that helps our residents, especially the elderly. It is also preserves the nature and density of our neighborhoods. This ADU ordinance proposed here today, it doesn't do that. Why are we deleting a good ordinance from the books and replacing it with a bad one? Please don't let that happen. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Christine Derby.
Yep. First, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can unmute yourself, please.
First of all, I'd like to say happy anniversary, Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you.
I'll try to be brief so you can get out of there early. Basically,
address for the record, Chris.
Sorry.
Address for the record.
73 Tremont Street.
Thank you.
Ward 6. We've seen this type of issue before. The market could quickly be oversaturated with ADUs that end up sitting empty, and unwitting homeowners unable to keep up with the payments associated with the ADU costs, and then eventually lose their homes. It can happen. It's just another version of the type of housing bubble that collapsed in 2008. Past regulations created single-family neighborhoods as we know them, forming the neighborhoods of our community. These neighborhoods, many of us cherish. The new ADU regulations are totally going to change the makeup of our neighborhoods under the guise of a housing crisis. The crisis is the rents. With that being said, I've also noticed zero mention of an ADU handicap incentive. There's none. And I also have concerns with inspecting these units. There's so much talk of, oh, there's already so many under the guise that nobody knows about, yet we can't even police those ones. Yet we're going to add to the stock. I think what would be best to do is a small trial run, not put this into permanent zoning. And my humble opinion is that we need a no vote. And I want to thank you all, and I hope you all stay safe. And thanks for everything you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Madam City Clerk, before we switch to the next page, have we found Ellen Fleming Clark?
No, but I just emailed her on the email address she sent me, so I wanted to ask her if she's having trouble or to sign in somewhere else or name up. Do you know her, Councilor Dibble?
Yes, Mr. President, Ellen Clark previously spoke tonight. She's on my notes.
There's two of them. We have two of them. One's Ellen Clark and one's Ellen. Anyway, we'll just move to the next page.
Okay.
Go to Carlos Pacheco.
Okay. I just saw him. Where did you go, Carlos?
He's got his hand raised.
You moved. There you are. All right, Carlos, if you can unmute yourself, you're good to go.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Carlos Pacheco, 29 Argonne Street, Salem. I'm a long-time resident here. I'm going to ask the respected councilors to please vote no against this issue, and I'll tell you why. I believe that this issue that we are having here is being sold, is this guy's plan to literally to overdevelop, single home neighborhoods. I think this is wrong. You have the moms and pops, who pay top dollars, to move into this neighborhood nice and quiet. And what's going to stop, developers or, John or Jane from coming in, the big contractors and turning this home and living, this neighborhood, torn apart. I think it's wrong. This is not going to address the real issue that's happening, which is gentrification. you know, there's one thing that we should be talking about here, and I guess we can because of the laws of Massachusetts already, is rent control. I mean, where does the buck stop? Are we going to turn Salem into, you know, downtown Manhattan, where, you know, next time we're going to have, you know, 50-story building here to accommodate, you know, everyone who wants to move in? What about the long-time residents here who's living here for years and generations? You know, they're being passed. And then the other issue that we have is you already have enough traffic in Salem. Just imagine all the extra traffic and cars that is going to add on to you know, to what we already have. And I understand, you know, the city depends and residents pretty much depend on all these tourists and this stuff's coming. But, you know, just more units in, you know, through these neighborhoods is going to be more traffic, more jamming, and, you know, the next thing you know, they're going to have to raise taxes to you know, to provide more services to the residents of Salem. So I'm against it, and I hope you all guys, you know, both against it. We have to address this issue another way, and know these guys, these guys plan, you know, to the overdeveloped neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next up is Melissa Neerman. Thank you. I can't read your writing.
Yeah. Melissa, you're all set. If you unmute yourself, you can speak.
Hi, my name is Melissa Nealon. Sorry, there's some audio stuff.
You got to turn one of your devices off.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
My name is Melissa Neerman. I live at 26R Chestnut Street. I actually live in an ADU. I'm a small business owner. I went to quite a few of the council meetings talking about ADUs last year, and hearing all the information, it does not sound like it's going to destroy Salem. In fact, I think it's just going to provide some more affordable housing for people. And I just want to give my support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll let the record also reflect that the city clerk had reached out to the woman who, Ellen Fleming Clark, and she's all set. Next up is Mickey Northcutt.
Okay, Mickey, if you can unmute yourself, you're all set.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I just wanted to say thanks to everyone and ask you to vote in favor of this. I think it's a great addition to have the rent restriction put on it, and then the kind of newest version of this. And I just want to reiterate, I know everything that could possibly be said about ADUs has been said, but I do think it's really important to remember that these are such great, this is such a great housing policy because it doesn't require tons of subsidy. And it's by no means, creating this would by no means answer our community's affordable housing needs. But there are so many other ways for us to do that, including this. I think ADUs are really good for a couple of populations that, in particular, I mean, anyone can live there, but I think some of the things that I hear about all the time when I talk about our work are, one, what's going to happen when baby boomers are not just aging, but elderly, and that is upon us right now. These ADUs are perfect for older folks who it may not even want to live next to their family, but in a smaller space that requires less maintenance and less cost to upkeep. Another thing that I hear all the time is that much of the affordable housing that is out there that's deed restricted affordable, really like the entry level point, anyone that makes above 60% of median income is not eligible, like, at all for that affordable housing. And I get asked all the time, what about me, by people who are most definitely still struggling with housing costs, but don't qualify for some of the affordable housing programs. These are great for that crowd. And I think a lot of the folks on council either have kids, whether they're little or older, who are all entering the workforce. Now is obviously an unusually difficult time for them, but who amongst us knows young people starting off who don't just abjectly struggle with housing? And these are great. Like, I would have killed for one of these apartments if they were more readily available in the Boston area when I was that age. And I think, again, I just want to reiterate too that the best thing to me about this is that these can be created throughout Salem in very small but cumulatively over time material ways. That another sort of criticism of affordable housing is that a lot of it does get put in denser neighborhoods like downtown and the Point. And while there are positives to that, and North Shore CDC, amongst others, really wants to keep investing in affordable housing in the downtown because of all the positive qualities of that, it's also the case that it's really hard to get affordable housing or low-cost housing built in some of the outlying residential neighborhoods of Salem that are already built out. It's just not realistic to put an affordable housing development in most of those places. But getting units here and there in those neighborhoods in ways that don't really fundamentally change the character of those neighborhoods is a great strategy for Salem. So I really appreciate everyone's thoughtfulness on this, and please vote yes.
Mickey, thank you. Can you name and address for the record, please, Mickey?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Mickey Northcutt, 18 Peabody Street.
Thank you. Next up is
Jaleesa, please. I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can just say your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you for the opportunity, everyone. Yes, my name is Julisana Felix, and I live in 81 Loring Ave, apartment 1 in Salem. And yes, and I'm here to, I'm the part of the Latino community and of Salem City, and I'm not agree with the ADUA proposal, and it's not good for our community, and I vote not. Please vote not for this proposal, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Eric Papetti.
All right, Eric, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can unmute yourself, please, name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, Eric Papetti, 11 Simon Street, Unit 1. I'm here to speak in support of the ADU ordinance. I believe it would be a great way to allow the city to accommodate additional residents in a very flexible and gradual way that spreads across the whole city. Living here in Ward 6, I think we're a lovely mix of both single-family homes and multifamily homes, and even some, things that have been converted in the past. And I think it's a great model for what the rest of the city could look like. So I've heard some other people talk about our ward, a single-family neighborhood, and I don't quite understand where that's coming from. I think we're a really lovely mix of housing types. There's a second issue I want to briefly mention. I also want to speak in support of this ordinance tonight that would ban parking within 10 feet of a crosswalk. I think this is essential for traffic safety, and would like to thank Councilor Medor for ensuring that this got through OLA and up for a vote. I would also note that this idea came before the Traffic and Parking Commission that I'm on roughly 2 years ago. We have dozens of other things just like this that also need to be addressed, and I would just implore you all, as you vote in favor of this tonight, to really think about how you all will find the time to get to those, because I think that we have many traffic and other ordinances which are similarly important, both for safety and economic development, that we need to get to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, I have Darlene Mellis.
Unless Darlene called in, I don't see her on as a name. So Darlene, if you are on with a call, could you please raise your hand? No, that's Carlos.
Okay.
So
next up, we'll go to Sarah Thomas.
all right, Sarah, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address, please.
Sarah Thomas, 51 Howard Street, Ward 6. I would like to speak in favor of ADUs, and I very much hope that the council supports this position. I know that you guys have worked extremely hard for over a year, really finessing all of the little details on it, making sure that it is going to do exactly what we want it to do for our housing availability while keeping Salem on the right side of Massachusetts housing law. I don't need to belabor that point because other people have said it better than I have, but the one thing I did want to speak to a little bit is the idea that somehow neighborhoods can avoid changing by not being correctly zoned for the future. There's no change isn't optional. Having a mortgage, living in a single family neighborhood, it doesn't insulate you from change. The only question is, will you direct it? Will you make conscious choices that protect the fabric of the city? And a conscious choice that allows people in single family neighborhoods who love their town, who love the fabric of Salem, to create mixed housing availability that avoids large mercenary developers coming in and making radical changes to the available housing stock is, to me, 100% the best of both worlds. It allows for controlled, regulated, overseen growth by an engaged city, and it allows people to actually live in neighborhoods that they love and to allow everybody to keep up and keep Salem the way they want it while making it affordable and available for the mixed employment levels of people who work here. And that's the kind of city I want to live in. That's one of the things I've always loved about Salem as somebody who lives here, is that there are people from all walks of life, all professions, and they all deserve a place in Salem that they can call home. Please support this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, I have Jen Lynch.
Jen, I don't see your name. Are you, or your phone number? Are you in there some other way? Oh, there you are. Sorry. There you go, Jen. You can unmute yourself, please.
Hi. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Jen Lynch, 38 Charles Street. I read the formal endorsement of the inclusionary zoning ordinance, shifting gears a little bit here, from the Salem League of Women Voters at a previous meeting. So I really just want to briefly reiterate that we are very much in favor of that ordinance, the inclusionary zoning ordinance, and ask the council to vote in favor of first passage. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilor Peterson.
All right, Councilor Peterson, if you can unmute yourself, you're good to go. Name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Lisa Peterson, 68 Broad Street. Hi, everybody. Thank you, Council President. So you heard from me in the last session, of course, on this. My stance hasn't changed, but the ordinance has. It's been improved to address the concerns from the last session, including tax and affordability advantages. I am for this ordinance, and I hope you are too. When we began this discussion during the last session, we brought the public together to help us address Salem's housing challenges. ADUs were the most popular option. This is the lowest hanging fruit. If we can't pass this, I can't imagine what we can pass. This is great for intergenerational community living, for seniors and people with disabilities to remain in beloved homes and neighborhoods. It's great for naturally occurring lower rents and no massive construction, which we all know it tends to be one of the biggest complaints we get, right? Leadership requires courage and strategic thinking and planning, and not bowing to fear-mongering. Saying no for the sake of blocking everything is not an acceptable solution, or a solution at all, to the housing challenges that we face. We all know how much the existing residents of Salem are desperate for solutions, and this is an easy and important step. So I please pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Grayson Ocasio.
Hi, Grayson, I'm going to unmute you and allow you to speak. So if you can do the same.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yep. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Yeah, it's, sorry, I cannot hear myself at all.
You might, do you have two audios
Okay.
going?
Yes, I am here. Okay, I hear myself. My name is Grayson Martinez Ocasio, and I am from 28 Goodhue Street in Salem, Massachusetts. Can I start?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, thank you everybody for listening to us and for taking all the time that you're taking to do this. As a Latinx man, publisher of the Rainbow Times, and director of the Latino Leadership Coalition, I am in full support of the ADUs. And I ask you all of you to vote yes today to support this ADU ordinance. I also want to say, I this is something that sounds when somebody says maintain our neighborhoods beautiful, it sounds extremely charged to many people like myself. This ordinance will help Salem, and it will show that Salem is what Salem is really about, which is, the reason why I moved here: unity, diversity, and definitely housing for all. I wanted to make something very clear. Unlike what Mr. Inoa wants you to believe by his very erroneous statement, which I just confirmed with other people from the LLC, which I'm a member of, as I said. And it's a very reputable organization that took this very, very seriously. There was only one member who voted against the statement that we put out today, just one. So most of us voted in favor, and I just wanted you to hear that when you were making your decision tonight. That person, it's simply, a matter of differences. But yeah, it wasn't 6-5 at all. Don't let that stay in your minds. So many Latinx people who may not be here today for one reason or another also support this ordinance and may even be afraid to voice their views for many concerns, many reasons. Those of you who are still not sure, think about your Latinx friends that you have so proudly spoken about to me in the past. They're your neighbors, they're your servers, they're first responders, they're people holding many of the jobs that are very much needed, especially during this pandemic. This is not about political gains or alliances, but it is about people's livelihoods. I do not own a property in Salem, but elsewhere. But if I did, I'd still be speaking in support of the ordinance. This will help the city be on the right side of history. Based on what's happening nationwide, we really want to ensure that similar situations don't take place in Salem, given its history. So many have given truthful and heartfelt statement in favor of the ADUs tonight. Please listen to our voices. Vote with your conviction, even if it's not so popular amongst peers, and it will help so many of us. Please know that there are people in my team who have tried to live here and have not been able to afford it. And we bring, as small business owners, we bring a lot of traffic and financial gain to the city as well. Please vote for this. I really would like to hear that. And para todos aquellos también que me escuchan, voten en favor. Gracias.
Thank you. For the record, anyone who's left, I don't have to remind the councilors, but please limit your comments to the topic and try not to make it personal. You can make a statement about something that happened, but let's not bring other personalities into this. Please keep it civil. Thank you. And next up, we have Nicole Lasham.
Hey, Nicole, I'm going to allow you to speak so you can unmute yourself.
Hi, counselors. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Nicole Lasham, 28 Goodhue Street. And I am asking each and every one of you to vote in favor of the ADU ordinance. I first wanted to congratulate the Latino Leadership Coalition for the majority coming out in favor of the ADUs. I was thrilled to learn of that development this morning and very proud of their stance to represent all of the Latinos in Salem, or at least the majority, to the best of their ability. I wanted to make something clear that I think is getting confused with some people. We keep talking about affordability. There's a very big difference between low income housing versus a reduction in rent. And so I think that some people are thinking about low income housing as if that were ADUs, which obviously is a very different scenario than simply having a 25% reduction in the rent, which will allow many people to stay in Salem. I personally have had friends other, and I'm talking doctors who have left Salem because they've needed larger properties and they haven't been able to afford certain rents while they pay back student loans. So we are losing top talent to other places where it's, you know, a little bit easier to live in terms of rent. So even a few $100s off somebody's rent can afford them the opportunity to be able to stay in this city. I personally moved to this city because I loved the inclusivity of the diverse fabric of it. But in the same sense, I've also noticed that currently rent costs have become very similar to what I was paying in Boston when I was overlooking the harbor. And so that is very disconcerting to me as a business owner and obviously within my family. The ADUs not only will allow, you know, other people or younger people, graduates, as we've heard, stay in the city, but it also allows seniors to be able to earn extra income on their property. You know, ADUs can blend into the current architecture of the city. It doesn't have to be some eyesore. You know, when we talk about, I too am very concerned about people talking about the beauty of the neighborhoods. Because Salem is beautiful in every color that it comes in and in every fabric that it comes in. And so those types of claims I am disturbed at, to be honest with you. I can't help but wonder if some people who are against the ADUs perhaps are landlords that could be concerned about losing tenants to properties that may be also more affordable or competitive. I just think that we need to give people an opportunity to stay and live in Salem. By having this ordinance doesn't hurt anything. It just provides another opportunity. This is not the end all be all, of course not. We need more low income housing, but this is more affordable housing than what is currently available to so many people. I know someone talked, I will wrap up my comments momentarily, just so you know. I know someone was talking about ADUs not hurting the environment, but the fact is they will not. They have a much smaller footprint than larger developments. And when we're talking about things like traffic, obviously developments that are on a large scale, we all know what construction is like. That is what's messing up traffic, and that is what brings more issues than certainly somebody building on their own property to accommodate. And even in this pandemic, like what we're currently facing, some owners have used ADUs in other areas to self-quarantine to protect their families against the virus that they've contracted, like the coronavirus. So there are so many multiple ways that we can use this that I highly encourage every counselor to vote in favor of this. It helps every community in the city, and it absolutely doesn't take anything away from anybody else. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Next up, we have Pat Kazemba.
I don't see Pat online, so I don't know if she called in instead. Pat, if you're out there, if you could raise your hand. Dave, Dave Rowan.
Unless she's.
And?
Dave Rowan is a member of the group that Pat's with, and Pat is probably still in Hawaii quarantined. So.
Yeah, she emailed me.
She's home. She's back.
Oh, she is home? Okay.
Dave is, I don't know if this is Pat or.
Yes, it is. This is Pat.
Thank you.
Dave's house. There you go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was on the Safe Zoom account, and Dave Rowan is the maestro of the Safe Zoom account.
There you go.
No problem.
Thanks. Thank you, Bob. Pat Kazemba, 17 Sutton Ave. I am speaking in favor of the ADU. The creation of accessory dwelling units is a positive project that I care about deeply. I am one of the oldsters who wants to have the creation of an ADU a possibility for myself and those I love, and for others who I may come to depend on. I want to age in place in the Willows. I want families all over Salem to have access to this possibility as well in all of their neighborhoods. ADUs are a smart growth proposal that could help with affordable housing in our city. ADUs allow residents like me to stay in my community and age in place. ADUs keep families together while providing healthy, livable private spaces, especially for multi-generational families. And we all know that strong families create resilient communities. ADUs are also good for the environment because they are created in existing spaces and require fewer resources to build and maintain than full-sized homes. I encourage you to vote in favor of the proposed ADU. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. Next up, we have Cheryl, and I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk, I can't read your writing on this one.
Refuse, I believe.
Refuse. Cheryl Refuse.
All right, Cheryl, if you'd like to, yep, you're all set. You want to state your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Refuse. I live at 84 Barstow Street. I would like to speak on behalf of the yeses for ADUs, or at least on behalf of myself as a yes. I have been in favor of these since the beginning. I'm actually really excited about a lot of the changes that have been made. You know, I think that it's been gone over feels like with a fine-tooth comb at this point. And the idea that we can use existing structures to help provide just a little bit more housing that generally does tend to be more affordable. It sounds like it's going to have to be affordable at this point, which I love. I just think that considering, you know, I wouldn't even have had like some of my friends in this town and some of the people who like work in the restaurants, like I know that like some of them live in either, you know, like my old boss lives in an ADU, and I never would have even known these people if we didn't have like those smaller apartments. So to have more smaller options, I mean, it feels like a no-brainer, a place to start. And it's not going to solve all of our problems, but I'm glad that it's something that the city is considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Jessica Kane. She has her hand up.
All right, because oh, there you are, Jessica. Sorry. All right, you can unmute yourself. You're all set.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. I'm Jessica Kane. I live at 201 North Street. I've been here for 13 years, and for the past 6 of those years, I've worked with Family Promise North Shore to provide temporary shelter for homeless families. Our church has hosted people from all walks of life: nurses, auto mechanics, single parents, married couples, even a grandmother caring for her grandchildren. Each of these people were working hard to give their family the best. They just needed a little help. The cost of housing is astronomical, nearly unobtainable for the working class. I implore you to vote in favor of anything that will help to create more housing, especially more affordable housing. I have learned that OLA is requiring a below market rate for eligible units. Tonight, I've also heard the concern of overdevelopment, but I don't imagine high-rises getting approved as ADUs. I imagine a sister being able to take in her siblings and their family when they lose their apartment because they have an ADU. I imagine a parent moving in with their adult children and grandchildren into an ADU to help care for each other. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Next up, we have Flora Tahan.
All right, Flora, if you'd like to speak, please unmute yourself.
Hi. Flora Tantha, 30 Northeast Street. I have a bed and breakfast here for 20 years. I wanted to support ADUs. When I was a young professional starting a new family, we were able to rent an ADU for a few years. The yard maintenance was a helpful piece to the homeowners who were seniors. So we were not caretakers, but we definitely helped them, and they were looking for that help. And it also enabled us to save up for the down payment for our first home. And we felt very fortunate to have gotten in there. I feel like right now, the existing ADU is only for R1, and that's not equitable because I'm in an R2, and people in the R2 maybe, they need that rent for income, and then because they need that rent, then they're not able to age in place and have a family help them. So I think it's not equitable to have ADUs only in R1. R1 people who say they are going to have density and traffic problems, well, they already have no control over who their neighbors bring in via short-term rentals. People can have 1 to 2 short-term rentals and increase traffic and congestion. That potential already exists. So I urge you to have conviction of courage and act on it. To say that one thing and do nothing, or stalling so that nothing can be done in the name of perfection, or to say that you want more affordable housing, or that smaller, more timely solutions are not good enough. Well, it's just very looking forward to getting something. It's a small piece of a larger solution, and so I urge you to vote yes on ADUs. We'll be watching your action or inaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the record, the next person up is Mary Ann Silver, and Mrs. Silver didn't realize that she could submit her email in advance of the meeting, so signed up during the public comment period, and does not have access to Zoom. So she has sent along her statement, which I will now read. This isn't something that we typically do, but since it's the first time she's done it, in the effort of all fairness, I will read it. My husband and I are lifelong Salem residents. Both of our grandparents immigrated to Salem in the 1900s. My grandmother worked on Chestnut Street as a second maid, and my husband's family settled in the Point. So we've seen Salem change over time for a few generations. This overbuilding of luxury apartments has to stop. Salem needs to look at real options for making true affordable housing for all of Salem residents who need it. Our city needs to get rid of this ADU conflict, which will not help our housing issue. That will help is a myth. It will increase the density of our neighborhoods without help to improve services. This is a farce. We already have an ADU ordinance in place for those who really need it. Why aren't my elected city councils looking at the whole picture of what Salem needs? Housing for elderly, homeless, veterans who cannot afford the prices of these high rises, which are encouraged. You are creating a rent base which will not be affordable except for those who come from Boston market. The only way we can afford our house is the mortgage fits, as our income will not increase. We could not rent an apartment today in Salem. We don't know how young families or older couples do it with the high cost of rentals. Time to cease and desist. Time for our city councilors to represent all residents, not a few. It is obvious we watch all meetings. Those are not speaking for themselves. Get your head out of the mud and do what's best for all. Your position is important. The future of Salem, take it seriously. If this AD ordinance passes, you already took a look at COVID and tell us how it will take care of it when it returns. Thank you, Mary Ann and Frank Silva, 17 Summer Road. Sorry, I couldn't have read that better. I was reading it on my phone. Next up is Anna DeLuca.
Anna, if you're there, could you raise your hand? I don't see your name. Oh, is it?
Ann and Peter.
Ann and Peter, maybe? Okay, thank you. Allow you, if you can unmute yourself, you're all set to speak.
Hi, my name is Ann DeLuca. Oops. And I live at 10 Clark Ave. I'm sorry, can you hear me through Zoom? Because I also have my phone on.
Nope, we can hear you fine.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
I can't hear you, okay. I live at 10 Clark Avenue, and I wanted to express that I am opposed to this ordinance. I did send a letter to all of the counselors, and I appreciate if you took the time to read it. I don't feel that this ordinance is going to improve housing in our city. Right now, we have a very well-written ADU, which should accomplish what an ADU should be used for, which is to help a homeowner by allowing a family member or a caretaker to live in their home. I mean, I'm totally against increasing density on every available house lot. I do feel that we have so many projects going on. Oops. I'm sorry.
Nope, that's fine.
I don't know if you can still hear me.
We can.
Okay. I feel we have a lot of projects going on in Salem right now, and I think the issue should be finding a way to provide more affordable housing within all the projects that are going on right now. I feel we need to keep some open space. We need to see a yard. We need to have a place for wildlife. And I don't feel that adding structures in everyone's backyard, additional structures, is going to accomplish that goal. You know, I was raised to live within my means. I graduated from nursing school. I lived in a 3-family. I rented. I couldn't afford a single family home when I first started working, so I bought a 2-family and used that rent to help me pay for my mortgage. And then I finally was able to build my own home. So I think people need to know that, you know, you have to think about what you're doing in your life and how you can afford where you are living. And I do think the city has to address housing concerns that people have as far as renting. We need to look at some rent control, but I don't feel like adding accessory dwelling units in everyone's backyard is the answer. And I thank you for your time, and I'm sorry if this got a little mixed up.
Nope.
Thank you very much.
It was fine, thank you. Next up is Grace Duran.
Okay, Grace, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you would like to unmute yourself, please, and name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, Grace Duran, 7 Champlain Road, Salem. I would like to read a statement on behalf of the LLC. I'm the Latino Leadership President. So the Latino Leadership Coalition voted today via majority, to endorse and support the proposed ADU, which would open up more housing at discounted rental rates for Salem residents. As the only longstanding Latinx 501c3 nonprofit organization in this city, our community is in dire need of rent relief and housing options that are more affordable. While we recognize ADUs are not the complete solution to Salem's housing crisis, it's something. They undoubtedly will assist the Latinx community to be able to provide housing for the families and benefit from tax incentives offered to Latino homeowners should they decide to participate in the ADU program. Thank you all for listening, and I hope you strongly consider that when you make tonight's vote. Thanks.
Thank you, Grace. Next up is Jeff Cohen.
Okay. Jeff, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Jeff Cohen, 12 Hancock Street. Can everyone see me? Because I dressed up for this public comment.
No, we can't see it, but that's okay. Go ahead, Jeff.
If the ADU new version passes, life in Salem as we know it will end for the better. I have one multifamily with 3 tenants. Every single rent is affordable, under market. With the new affordability component discussed at the OLA meeting on Tuesday, I will be able to add an ADU with a market rate of 40% of AMI. Rarely does this council have a chance to affect so many people in a positive way. I support this new policy because it mitigates gentrification. Why do we have gentrification? Because people can't afford to live in their home, and investors and people who own a lot of property can come into Salem and buy a place and turn it into condos and other things. We don't have enough condo regulation. This has excellent, as I said, affordability component. It increases the inventory of the size units that we are deficient of in Salem. It helps working class families. Inaction is action. The people who are voting against this or who will vote against this, how many times in your tenure as counselor have you proposed an actual affordability ordinance that has been implemented or even been considered? I thank you for your time, and I hope you will vote unanimously to pass the ADU as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Fuzzy.
Fuzzy, if you can mute yourself, you're allowed to speak and state your name and address for the record, please. Fuzzy?
I'm not sure what he's doing.
Are you there, Fuzzy?
He's got his hand raised someplace else.
All right. No, that's him. No, it's coming in.
It's coming in fuzzy.
Fuzzy. or mousy. Helium, I don't know. Fuzzy, can you?
I'm not sure what he's doing.
I don't know. Is there a way to?
He probably has multiple devices on. He's got to turn something on.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
This is the second time, and I would like to see any investigation on people speaking. Second time, on all at the same thing to Fuzzy. Same person. We understand that Fuzzy is very strong on his comment, and sometimes we want to silence the strong comments. I request an investigation on this Zoom platform. This is not fair. It's been happening so frequently, and I'm watching. So please, let's create an investigation. This is not fair. This is the second time. It's only when he coming to speak. Might be something automatically, but we need to find out why that happened. A lot of people's rumors outside is complaining about it because they don't have the ability to speak the way they want to. And this is one of the reasons why the Zoom meetings during this situation is not the appropriate way to discuss so important matter in front of us. So I'm strongly asking.
But that's fine. I'll try to figure out why.
Thank you so much.
Why Fuzzy's been able to participate in every meeting prior to this, and is doing something that he can't do tonight. But I will just say for the record, the city of Peabody challenged this as well, and the judge threw it out of court.
With all due respect, I do understand, but this is the second time in a row. In all anything happened.
Yep.
That's my.
That he has an equipment issue. So, but he has expressed through the public hearings, expressed his views many times. So, with that, unless Fuzzy, he's raised his hand one more time. We'll try him one more time.
You want to try one more time to unmute yourself?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, usually the problem is with the link, and when you log off and you come back on, the problem is solved. I didn't change anything. I just logged out and logged back in. So anyways, it's done. What I started with is the good note. I wished the president, I'm gonna wish him again a happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the only thing you're gonna like out of me.
Yeah, I'm here with all my friends.
Because from now on, you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say.
That's fine.
Please vote no on this ordinance. It does not help affordability in any way, form, or shape. It increases traffic. It kills the infrastructure, including our school and our loading our zones. It crowds the neighborhood. It changes, many people who said it doesn't change the neighborhood, it changes the quality of the neighborhood. It changes the quality of life in our neighborhoods. It changes the kind of living that people spend their hard-earned money. They paid way more money to live in those kind of neighborhoods. So that's what it changes, and we need to respect that. We have plenty market price rentals, and that will never make any ADU or anything else affordable. It doesn't help, and it's not gonna help. This helps the developers and this helps the investors only. It did not work in LA, it did not work in New York, and now California had the whole state new ordinance, which is going to be a big mess. We don't want it in Salem. We already have something that we can work off. If you are not happy with the ordinance we have it now, we can improve it. We don't have to throw it out and restart. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. The wheel is already there. Let's just roll with it. Most Salem people, and this is the important part, most Salem people are against this. There is a few group that supports it, and I'm not going to go in the group or why they support it. Most people, especially in your neighborhood, Mr. President, I said that before.
Please do not make personal comments. You want to talk about the issue, talk about the issue. Don't make it personal.
Fine. The most noise against this I got was in the Willows neighborhood. More than Ward 6, more than Ward 3, more than Ward 4. Without going any personal, I wasn't trying to make it personal. I was just trying to say where most of what I heard about. This is bad for the city. Even with the 25% that happened, this is the HUD place. $1,750 for a 2-bedroom apartment is not affordable, doesn't make it affordable. And that's going to increase every year with the HUD increase of rate. So if somebody's paying $1,755 this year, they're going to be paying at least 2 to 5% more because this is what HUD has been doing for the past few years. So I don't understand the whole push behind this. Please vote no. It's bad for the city. And I'm glad to hear that many Latino leadership coalition people were against it, even though everybody's trying to say they were all on board. I don't care about the number. It's not all, and it's not all the Latinos. So we need to explain that as well. Please vote no. Thank you for your time and happy anniversary again. Sorry for making it personal. Happy anniversary.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Last up, we have Councilor Cacciato.
And Counselor, you're all set. Just unmute yourself and you can speak. Just name and address.
1 K Street, Unit 2.
Lucy, you're very soft.
Just a little louder, Council.
That's very odd that I'm soft. Usually, can you hear me now?
I got you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for allowing me to say a few words. I really appreciate it. I was on another Zoom meeting with the health center, so appreciate the flexibility. In my role as a community activist, I work closely with the Latinx community and have been a credible voice over the years. I don't need to speak in hypotheticals. I don't need to use any fear-mongering or misinformation. I have been told over and over again the need for more affordable options. And I think there needs to be that clear distinction, and I know a previous caller mentioned that, with regards to the distinction between very low income and affordable. I work at Salem State. I've been there for 25 years. A lot of the graduating seniors who would love to be able to stay here, even before they graduate, by the way, who would love to live in Salem and stay here after they graduate, can't because they can't afford it. I've heard from adjunct faculty who cannot live in Salem because it's unaffordable. So we need to have housing options for all income levels. As such, where there is a number of income levels, we need a number of housing options. And this is just one of those options. ADU is not going to solve all the problems. I heard someone say that there's no housing crisis. Well, there is. I respectfully disagree. There is a housing crisis. We are losing people. We have in the Latinx community, elderly, adults, couples, or small families who are dying to be able to find something that they would be able to live in and afford. And this is, again, affordable, not for the low income or for the very low income. And that's something that we need to collectively still work together to create. As I said before, this is not an end-all solution. This is just an option. And even if it were to help 1 or 2 families or 2 adults at least it would be 2 more that would not be considering leaving Salem or being homeless. So I would appreciate a vote in support of the ADU ordinance, and to add a friendly amendment in my old counselor ways, to be able to continue to work together to create more affordable housing options. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lucy. With that, the public testimony has ended. Anyone got anything? Seeing no one.
Good.
Hearings.
We have continued from the last meeting on April 23rd, 2020, Verizon Wireless to install small cell antenna at 198 Loring Ave.
Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. I don't have 2 computer screens open in front of me.
I think Dan Klasnick is on if he wants to appear in favor. Or
You don't have, so Council, you don't want to make a statement about this? You just want to have Mr. Klasnick present what they've got?
That would be fine. I'll make a statement now, and then I have some questions at the end. I'd like to ask Verizon now to voluntarily withdraw their 2 applications that are pretty close to houses, 19 feet away on both locations, and to continue to work to find alternate locations, including the 2 locations that were just approved on Lafayette and Loring Avenue, and include that into their matrix, because it's not shown that way in my meetings with Verizon over the last few weeks. So I'm asking them through you, Mr. President, if they will voluntarily withdraw here tonight on no prejudice and find a location away from people's houses and come back, and we'll approve them.
Okay, I'll refrain from comment. I'll allow Mr. Klasnick. Mr. Klasnick, I'm assuming you're appearing in favor.
Yes, good evening, Dan Klasnick, appearing on behalf of Verizon Wireless. I have offices at 210 Broadway in Linfield, Massachusetts, and I respectfully appreciate the opportunity to appear before the City Council this evening, and also to continue our presentation. I certainly appreciate Councilor Dibble's comment in regards to withdrawing these without prejudice, but I think what we would like to do, Mr. President, is at this time anyways, proceed forward to go through some of the information that we have provided to supplement the initial filings. If
Yep, go ahead.
Council. Also appearing is Sean Conway. He's Verizon Wireless's principal engineer, RF regulatory. We also have Andrea Armstrong and Danielle Stamborin. They are site acquisition consultants, and Ramsey Farcook, who is the RF engineer. As has already been stated and read into the record, as you may recall, on April 23rd, we met with the City Council, and at that time, they voted to continue 2 of the petitions. The first one we're discussing tonight is the utility pole that's located in the layout of Route 1A near 198 Loring Avenue. Just by way of reminder, as far as what we're talking about in regards to the actual facility, this is going to just be a single antenna, sort of a canister style antenna that looks a lot like a transformer that would be mounted to the top of an existing utility pole. There would be some other equipment installed as well, including at the lowest height, which is 8 feet above ground, electric meter. There's no ground disturbance whatsoever. There's no ground equipment. So everything is utilizing that existing infrastructure. And following the April 23rd meeting, what we did is Verizon Wireless took a look at provided to on I think it was May 6th. We sent a mailing to all the notice of butters. We provided correspondence where we explained the purpose of the small cell in our site selection process, as well as compliance with FCC RF emission requirements. There was an informational brochure enclosed that described the importance and purpose of the facilities. And then we also provided on that same date a supplemental filing. There was an affidavit from Verizon Wireless's radio frequency engineer that provided a sworn statement that certified excuse me, the need and suitability of the selected location to address the network requirements. We included an initial alternative pole analysis that looked at a number of locations up and down the street. And then finally, there was also a radio frequency compliance letter certifying compliance with the FCC adopted standards. And then following a conversation that some representatives had with Councilor Dibble, we took a further look at some additional alternative locations. And I think by my count, there were over 40, for both locations anyways, that we're talking about this evening, there were over 40 poles that were reviewed for consideration. And really the only pole that were found to, the only pole that was found to satisfy both the network requirements and were available for attachment are the locations that are proposed by Verizon Wireless, that particular location on Loring Avenue. In my view, I think this really reflects the due diligence that was undertaken to identify the appropriate pole locations. I think, as I had discussed before, although Verizon Wireless as a wireless service provider is entitled to non-discriminatory access, there are limitations placed upon us by the utility related to engineering purposes. So a lot of the locations that were looked at were just not suitable because of existing infrastructure, junctions, transformers, and other attachments that simply did not make them available to Verizon Wireless. And just to reiterate, I mean, these facilities are targeted, very targeted, to provide reliable, voice and data service. So there's a very finite area that we can select and place a location that will provide the necessary network propagation and satisfy the network requirements. And as it relates to one on Loring Ave, I mean, this is offloading an existing macro site that we have. And what makes it so uniquely suitable is that it allows us a line of sight both up and down Route 1A. So we're trying to provide service in that particular location. There's a bend in the road. There's a number of trees and other obstructions. So I know that the locations that we looked at, other than the one that was selected, and then the information we provided in that PowerPoint presentation that's, I think, in your packets, illustrates that really the only available and suitable location is the one that was selected. So we have a need. We're trying to provide service to the city of Salem in a responsible manner by utilizing the existing infrastructure. We would really respectfully request that the city council support this particular proposal because it's a targeted effort to address what I think is an identified need. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking in favor? Councilors, do you have anything to say before we open up to any members of the public that maybe haven't spoken previously or want to reiterate their statements previously?
Are you asking me, Mr. President?
It's just your name's on the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, I'd like to thank Verizon. They took the time. It's a good company. I have a Verizon cell phone. I'm happy with the service. Verizon did take the time to meet with me, not once, but twice in 2 different Zoom meetings, maybe an hour and a half or so in one meeting and an hour in another meeting. And I thank Sean and Stan, former Mayor Yusevich, for putting that meeting together. I learned a lot more about these units. I took the time to drive through Ward 7 in this area and find it was 15 locations, 15 poles that I thought, not being an engineer, not being a communications expert, but I thought that they were doable. Not knowing that trees and canopy of trees interfere with the radio waves, I found that out along the way. So a few of the locations I proposed were not good. But recently, Verizon had Mass Electric move at 28 Raymond Road. They moved the overhead wire on a mast arm, if you would, extended it out away from the house and out towards the street, making way for the antenna to be put in. So some work has been done already before we even give permission for that to happen. The electric company took care of some things that needed to happen. So by moving the electric line, I didn't even consider that as an option in all the polls that I looked at. Okay, I looked at wires without the primary. I looked at locations without the primary electric line up there. With regard to the research, I think Verizon's been pretty thorough. A lot of information has been shared. But something that they were missing, I'll point out a couple other issues, but something they're missing were the two locations that we just approved in April that are very close to the 28 Raymond Road address. One being on Lafayette Street, one being on Loring Avenue. And if you did Verizon shared some circle radiuses around the 28 Raymond Road address and the Loring Ave address. And if you looked at that radius, you would see that the two that we just approved would take care of more than half of the radius that they showed on this. So to have to put it right there in front of this woman's house who does not want it and is worried about it, I met with her at her house after our last meeting. I've looked at it, as well as the other one on Loring Avenue. These two houses, the homeowners are fearful. They don't want it in front of their houses. But if you looked at the radius of what was just approved, and if Verizon considered that in their research, which they weren't able to because those were not locations for them, they would see that half of the service area for 28 Raymond Road is already taken care of what they just approved. So it could be further away and still take care of 100% of the area that they're talking about. Along the way, I learned that 4G is what we're putting up now, but no additional city council approval will be required for Verizon or any other communications company to flip a switch and switch to 5G or something worse. We see what the Ward 5 councilor pointed out to me, that in Europe, people are lighting telephone poles on fire that have 5G in fear. I don't know if it's true, if it's rational, but if we apply some common sense to this, then we might have to look at this differently. Along the way, in one of the Verizon meetings, I asked Verizon engineers to clarify what they addressed to the city council back in April. They talked very briefly about an 8-foot rule for 5 minutes, and I took a note down, but I didn't know what that was. So I asked the engineers to clarify that in one of my meetings with them, and they explained to me, and I'll share this with all of you now, that basically, I'll give you the gist of it, a long conversation in one sentence, that if you're going up to work on a pole that has an antenna, and you're going to be within 8 feet of that antenna for 5 minutes or more, it's unsafe and it has human health impacts. The radiation from this device, it makes it unsafe. So therefore, before you go up that pole to work on the telephone, the cable TV lines, the electric lines, or whatever else you're doing up there, within an 8-foot globe, if you would, around that device, you need to call the communications company and have them shut it off before you can go up there. So I ask you, Mr. President, and I ask everybody here I ask everybody through the president, if it's unsafe for 5 minutes at 8 feet, this young family with 5 children is 19 feet away. They're sleeping there all night long on Loring Avenue. The senior citizens over on Raymond Road, they're concerned about it as well. They're 19 feet away from this device. If it's unsafe at 8 feet for 5 minutes, what happens all night long for 8 hours at 19 feet? There's got to be some impact. I know that we can't talk about that. Supposedly we can't talk about that. So I'll oppose this here tonight, and I'll stand with these two neighbors tonight, ask Verizon to find an alternate location, which there are alternate locations. We have voted against 2 of these that I remember last year and the year before, I think it was, where those communication companies, I think one was Verizon, I'm not sure, but there was another company that was involved. Both of those families spoke up loud and clear on the council floor that they were worried about this, and the city council rejected these. Well, I think one was pulled back and removed. The other one, the city council said no. And both instances, another location very close and very nearby, next to a parking lot area or open area, not near people's houses, and I voted in favor of those. And the city council, I think we voted 11-0 in favor of those. So I think we need to stand with the families out of fear, but I know that we can't vote for this. So I'll simply be voting no, and I ask every single ward councilor to stand with me and help me support these constituents that are worried about these, because it's simply too close to the houses. There are other poles available. I put the applicant in touch with the town of Marblehead, who has poles. There are also 3 behind the Raymond Road property. There are 3 freestanding guide poles that are not used at all. A device could go there. There's also 2 guide poles on Loring Avenue at the end of Raymond Road, which I don't think Verizon has fully studied those fully. And then there's also one that we talked about at the end of Lincoln Road and Monroe Road, 950 feet away from Central Campus and in a direct line across the marsh with no interference at all to Central Campus and South Campus, not near anybody's house, that this device could go there. And the other 2 that we've already approved from Loring and Lafayette could take up the difference. So between those 2 that were already approved and the one at Pickman Park Playground, that would take up 100% of the saturation area that Verizon was looking for. But I don't think they considered the 2 that we already approved, Mr. President. So I'm asking for Verizon to go back to the drawing board and find 2 locations here, not near people's houses, because I'd rather be safe than sorry. I'll be standing tonight voting no in support of the 2 neighbors that are asking us to vote no, and I'm asking each one of you to stand with me on this. Stand with the residents of Salem.
You all set?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I echo what the good councilor Ward 7 just said. I think that I expressed myself in the last meeting regarding to this concern that we have. And I want to repeat what I said in the last meeting. One of the locations that is in place right now is near my house. I have the opportunity also to speak with that residents, and they express a lot of concern on getting those devices too close to the houses. So I also echo and I second what the good councilor Ward 7 do. And I'm a Ward 7 resident myself, and I wanted to see another location. I think that Verizon and any communication company are good, and we support it, but we wanted to prevail the safety of any neighbor who are complaining. And I mentioned this very clear. It's not only maybe the physical health, it's also the psychological health that they already have based on some misinformation, real information or information, but they panic, including my family. When I talk to them about it, that we're gonna have a device close to our house, I hear a lot of complaints. So please take that into consideration, because I think that we need to hear people concerned. That's what we was elected for. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam City Clerk, is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this issue? Which location are we talking about first? I'm sorry.
98 Loring.
198 Loring Ave specifically. Is anyone in the participants that wants to speak?
Well, since it's a public hearing, they can raise their hand now if they have anything to say. I don't have a pre-list, pre-signed up.
Okay.
But I don't, anybody wanted to speak in favor? That's on the public?
No one at this point?
I see one hand. Nope, that went away.
One away.
Is it in favor or opposed of either? Council?
Either way.
So if anybody's opposed as well, can raise their hand to speak. I'm not seeing any.
Okay. I see that Councilor Przewalski has his hand up. Councilor Przewalski. You can unmute yourself, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. What Councilor Dibble said if he's correct, does raise some red flags, in my opinion. Somebody climbing the pole has to have the power shut off to that antenna if they're going to work within 8 feet of it for 5 minutes. I just want to hear from Verizon whether or not what are the facts, if they have facts about the dangers of that, whether that's he's got correct information or not. If he does, then I would have to agree with him that the neighbors would also have legitimate concerns. But I would like to hear Verizon's take on that. Thank you.
Yep. See, one person has their hand up.
Property owner, if you like to speak now, you can unmute yourself and name and address for the record.
My name is Pedro Fabri, 4 Border Street in Salem, Massachusetts.
What was your address again, sir?
4 Border Street. Border.
Okay. Yep.
Yep. So I'm calling just because the reason that Mr. Counselor was talking about it, I oppose, the same thing, that you guys should be voting no against Verizon, putting a pole so close to a family, and the radiation and all that, the electromagnetic, how that alter and doesn't help the immune system of the person. So that's why they're using a lot of protection when they go out there, when they climb and do stuff like that. So to try to put a risk the health of families in our area, as Mr. Counselor was saying, they can look another location where it doesn't kind of harm or put anybody in danger. Because if it was one of you, either one of you family, you don't want to put your child at risk, or your family at risk at any given point. So we have to be considerate about those family as well, not only about ourselves, and is what convenient for what Verizon wanted to do in a quick matter. So we need to think about the impact we'll do in the long run. So just be thoughtful, mindful about it, and Verizon can reconsider it and look another location. If there is other location available, why not to look into it and not to rush that and look more in a more rational manner that will help everybody. There will be a win-win situation for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dan, does any member of your group want to address Councilor Prosnowski's question relative to Councilor Dibble raised an issue through some conversation that he had with somebody, some engineer for Verizon, I'm assuming, that stated to him that there's like an 8-foot radius or whatever about around one of these units, if you want to address that, or if any member of your team. See, you brought a bunch of people with you.
Yes, Council President, we do have a team here, and I'll just initially speak to it and then certainly defer to the folks who have greater expertise. When I had initially gone through some of the supplemental filings that we had provided, and this was also in the initial filing that we had made for the petition, we certified compliance with the FCC standards. The FCC standards were based upon and developed looking at human exposure to RF emissions. They consulted with numerous federal agencies, including the Environmental Protection Agency, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Occupational Health Administration. There are really 2 standards that are applied. There are occupational and there are general public. But Verizon Wireless operates in compliance with its FCC licensing in regards to proximity to the pole. I mean, all that is taken into consideration to ensure that they are in compliance. And I think, Mr. President, as you had already indicated, once a carrier certifies compliance, it's really beyond local authority to even consider these types of issues. So Verizon Wireless has provided that certification. And I'll defer to other folks who want to speak to this because I'm an attorney, I'm not an engineer. But as far as the occupational, if you're climbing the pole, I mean, there isn't a linear, as I understand it, a linear exposure level. If you're very close to the location, that's when the antenna has to be de-energized so that someone can work on it. But we showed graphically in our filing that if you get beyond a certain radius, which we're well beyond that at 19 or 20 or even less than that feet from the antenna, there is no regulatory requirements that would raise a concern or require that the antenna be de-energized at any time because of proximity. I mean, Verizon Wireless wants to be a responsible member of the community. We're certainly not going to do anything that would bring into question the health of any of the residents. We operate, as I had said, in compliance with our FCC licensing. We are prohibited from doing anything that would violate the adopted standards of the FCC. So I don't know if anyone else on the team wants to speak to that and more specifics, but I certainly can certify that we provided that information and we are in compliance and we have to be in compliance.
Thank you, Dan. I saw that Ramsey had his hand up. Eileen, if you could unmute him.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yep. Go ahead. Name and address.
Perfect. Perfect. Oh, name and address. Okay. My name is Ramzi Farshoukh and my address is 812 Memorial Drive in Cambridge. So thank you for letting me speak and happy anniversary. I know that's your anniversary today. So yeah, allow me just to speak for like just 2 minutes, and I promise I will not let you guys fall asleep. I'm gonna speak more technical because this is, I think it's been addressed in many different counselors, and also I heard the public speaking about this. So I'm an engineer. I'm an RF engineer, and that's what I do in life. And I did my master's in Northeastern in telecommunication. So when we speak about radiation, there's a lot of like misconception, because there's two types of radiation. There's something called ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation. And an ionizing radiation is have enough energy. It is have enough energy to physically knock electron out of atoms, which means for us, it means radiation does hit the cell body, it can damage it, or even kill the cell. This is the ionized radiation, which can lead to serious health and effect on cancer and even death. One of those examples is X-rays, gamma rays, and ultraviolet rays. Those are non-ionizing. These are ionizing radiation. In radio frequency, and we'll talk about, is non-ionizing radiation. The non-ionizing radiation, on the other hand, it does not have enough energy. It doesn't have enough energy to even like kick out any atoms from the cell. So in this non-ionizing radiation, there's two types of them. There's visible and non-visible. The visible one, the example of like EM radiation, is actually, to make it very close to you guys, is like the lights. That's light radiation coming out of your light bulb in your living room, in your bedroom, even next to your closet. This is actually an electromagnetic radiation that is actually radiated as a photonic, and it's visible. It's not harmful. It's like very safe for everybody to use. Lights, we use it every day. And the difference between this one and the Wi-Fi and the radio and the RF microwaves is actually just different frequencies. And of course, if you get closer to your light bulb, you're gonna feel the heat. That's why you're gonna be too close to it, and also your eyes might be hurt if you actually keep your eyes close to the light bulb. So this is visible. The invisible one, which we have now, we implement as Verizon, is the microwave and the Wi-Fi and the radio frequency. So the antenna radio that we implement in our site is actually send invisible electromagnetic energy waves. This energy used by radio occurs in non-ionized, which very, very low energy. It's completely safe and harmless. But if someone gets very close to the source, again, I'm doing an example of the light bulb. If someone gets very close to the source, the issue is happening is like when it comes too close to the source, you feel like heat. You feel like heat, your body will get heated, and tingling of the skin. Although this effect is normally gradually, which means that once you are just a little bit far away from the antenna, it's dropped by the inverse of the power square, which means that the further you are, the less feeling you have it. So the FCC, knowing that, the FCC, with the consultation, as Dan said, with the FDA, is actually the one actually that gives regulation for your drugs. FDA, the EPA, the OSHA established safety guidelines to RF, and it's known as maximum permissible exposure, this MPE limits, and this is what actually we use in our studies. So this standard were developed by expert scientists and engineers after extensive reviews, this energy, this like technology was there before I was born. After extensive energy, so and this was out of the scientific literature related to RF and also biological effect, and they actually conclude that there is no like really biological effect on this. So just to speak more about it, so the AME study that you see is actually provides or if you both a controlled and uncontrolled environment, as Dan was saying, for safety distance. So when you speak about 8.5 feet, it's actually horizontal from the antenna, which is kind of line of sight, and the power decrease inversely with the square of the distance, as I mentioned. Therefore, the MPE percentage lessen as distance away from the antenna. So if you are just like 8.56 feet, you are safe. There's nothing to worry about. There's nothing to even like, not even to like to be like close by. And again, this studies that we did is actually assuming a theoretical calculation, which is like made assuming 100% duty cycle, which means like this antenna is actually functioning 100% with no like blockage or anything, and it's maximum power output. And also we add some more variables just for the safety of it. So it's actually the worst of the worst case modeling. That's why we offer this to make sure that we actually compliant. So when someone close to the antenna is actually should be someone who's certified, who have RF training and knows what to deal with it. And this is why he need to be compliant with the FCC, and also he need to contact Verizon before actually accessing the equipment, because it's our equipment. We don't want anybody to go there and just messing up with those equipment. That's why he need to contact us. And when he contact us, and personally me and all my co-workers, we will make sure to turn off this antenna, just for extra safety measurement. But comparing to the 5 minutes and 10 minutes, this is not accurate. Unfortunately, I don't know who told you these numbers, but even it mentioned is I'm an engineer and I know what I'm talking about. There's no like accurate number. It's like a maximum permissible exposure. It's like exposure percentage is based on your body, kilogram, how much you weigh, how much you're actually getting exposed, your whole body or half your body. So it's a lot of like calculation, and that's why anyone coming to the antenna, he have like a machine that actually can see the RF getting exposed to. So this is for someone who actually like occupation, someone who actually gonna work. But anyone for general public, he's not gonna be accessing should not be actually on the pole up there. And anyone actually under the antenna, he's 100% safe, 100% safe. There's even less, is even below the standard, even below the MPE percentage permissible exposure. Anything yes, regarding this, we call this searching, that's the radius he's talking about. Yes, so we as engineer, we take a lot of like precaution to make sure that we provide the real estate, like Sean and other people, to actually give them the area where we actually like to have a coverage. And there's no overlap between one antenna coverage and another antenna coverage. If there's overlap, then I'm not doing my job correctly. So what I'm trying to do is like, this is completely just covering a specific area. For example, in small cell 13, which I think they're coming, it's more like covering the central campus and north campus, and small cell 15, which is kind of like the one we're discussing now. We are wanted to cover this line of sight for this north and south of Route 1A. This is why it's important for me as an RF engineer. So I hope I clarified, and I hope everyone's still awake.
Mr. Ramsey.
Yes.
Simply, I mean, yes. I understand the inverse over the square, because way back in the day I went to engineering school, and I didn't fall asleep, but I was very simply, the rate of exposure falls off dramatically with the farther distance you travel away, and the safe FCC guidelines have stated that if it's over 8 feet, whatever it is, then there is 8.5 feet. There is no potential harm to anyone outside of that radius. It doesn't matter how long the thing's turned on, how long it's been there. Just for clarification, because you gave a very long statement, I just want to break it down to its nuts and bolts. So
anything about correct.
So anything outside the 8-foot sphere, then this, let's be clear, this is on a top of a 30-something foot telephone pole, so it's in. So, and just for clarification, the safety is for your employees, that you turn them off, or anyone else, because of the equipment.
Correct.
So,
correct. It's absolutely safe.
So these antennas comply to all FCC rules and meet the letter of the law, and are well outside the distance. So there's nothing to base this on relative to harm.
No. And again, there's a lot of like fake news outside. There's a lot of like.
No, I don't want to get into the whole thing.
I'm not discuss this. Exactly. Exactly. That's why I have to say it like a long statement because of this. Because it's not only like
very long statement. I just wanted to break it down to its basics. I'll go back to Mr. Klasnick for 1 second. Mr. Klasnick.
Yes.
Someone alluded to we needed to take our time on this. Can you explain how long of a process this was for you to identify these different locations and the ordinance that you had to follow within city guidelines in order to come up with these locations and to get us to this point?
Yes, most certainly. I think we had discussed that a little bit at the last meeting, but just to reiterate and reaffirm this, Verizon Wireless starts this process by someone like Ramsey developing a need for a particular facility in a particular location. A site acquisition firm is hired. They go through, and as I think was illustrated in the PowerPoint that was submitted, go through an extensive search of all the locations that are potentially available. We have to work closely with the utility pole company to sort of a joint partnership, if you will, to select a location that will satisfy, as I had said, their engineering standards. Although, as I had already said, we're entitled to non-discriminatory access. They can impose reasonable requirements related to the needs of the infrastructure engineering. And I think it really has been illustrated, and I hope everyone had an opportunity to take a look at what had been put together. We looked at every single location, even if it was not necessarily in the proximity of what we were trying to cover, to document the fact that the locations aren't suitable for attachment purposes, either because there's blockage from an RF perspective or there's existing equipment. So, I mean, this can take 2 years to get to this point, working with National Grid, getting through the licensing process. I think I discussed with you, we have a master license with them. So we have to work in conjunction with them. So it's quite a lengthy process. We're trying to take in consideration all the measures. I certainly appreciate what the counselors have said, but the location needs to be where the service needs to be directed toward. And I think that Ramsey had already said, particularly as we're looking at the one on Loring Ave, we're trying to look up and down Route 1A. There's some turns in the road. So this location is really the only location that's going to provide that necessary service.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. To be clear, when Verizon was doing their research and their due diligence on these, they did not, on the plans that I saw and they share with me, they did not take into consideration the 2 that were just approved. So I want to restate that, as I stated earlier, half of the circle that they showed me would be taken care of by the 2 that were just approved on Loring and on Lafayette with regard to the 28 Raymond Road one. And if they put an antenna at Pickman Park Playground, where it's wide open, 950 feet away from Central Campus, nothing in the way but a marsh, no trees in the way, and to Rainbow Terrace on the backside, that would complete their entire circle. I would like Verizon to take a look at that. That way they would not have to put this 19 feet away from the residents at 28 Raymond Road. With regard to the other one, there are also other locations. Perhaps it might take 2 antennas, one down by Deadman's Curve, one back by the liquor store on the corner, or by the CVS pointing down that way, to take care of Loring Avenue for both directions. There are alternate locations. If these 2 poles did not exist and we had a rule that said do not put these near a house, I'm sure that one of dozens of other poles would take care of this situation. To talk about, we got a really, really long answer on the safety ability within 8.5 feet for 5 minutes. It's unsafe, by Verizon's own words that directed to me, it's unsafe for human health impacts for a human being to be within 5 feet, for 5 minutes within the 8.5 feet. So common sense would dictate there must be some issue just beyond that 8.5 feet. These 5 children are 19 feet away on Loring Avenue. So again, I'm asking for my fellow peers. First, I'll ask for Verizon to withdraw their plans and find 2 other locations that work. I'm wondering if they actually discussed the locations with the town of Marblehead on all their poles, as the woman on 28 Raymond Road was asking for.
We're talking about 198, and for the record, you mentioned the former mayor. I spoke to the former mayor as well. it seems that they've looked at least 15 or 18 alternate locations in the last couple of weeks under your request. Is that true or false?
I believe it was 15, and yes, that's true. And
Okay.
one of which at Pickman Park Playground, it was basically agreed to over the phone that this one here has nothing in the way and could work. So
I can't speak to that, but they are doing the due diligence. And for the record, this process takes over a year, and there is an ordinance in place that basically states, and it has like a checklist that gets checked off. It goes through the city electrician, it goes through the historic commission, it goes through everyone to make sure that it checks all the boxes before it actually comes back to us. And I've been very polite, and I've told you this numerous times. You cannot argue FCC rules when you're talking about these. I mean, we've asked them to go back and look at different locations. They've looked at 15 additional locations, and they've come back. And unless Mr. Klasnick is willing to withdraw, and if he doesn't, then we're going to have to take a vote.
Yes, Mr. President, I agree. I've been consistent on this for 4 years, voting against them when they're close to somebody's house and voting in favor of them when they're not near someone's house. And I'll repeat, 2 locations were rejected by the city council because they were too close to somebody's house, and the communications company in both instances found a workable location nearby that was not near somebody's house. So we do have a record of rejecting these. And I'm asking the city council to reject these 2 out of respect for not myself, but out of respect for these 2 families that are worried. Let's have them let's be better safe than sorry. Let's not take a chance. We'll vote against these, and they can find another location that works. Once again, I'm asking all my fellow councilors, please support me. Please vote against this.
Madam City Clerk, is there anyone else in the audience that wants to speak either in favor or against this on the participants? We asked one last time. No one? Council Dibble, you're going to have to move to close the hearing.
So moved.
Council Dibble moves that the clearing be closed. All is in favor? Can I see everyone's hand, please? I have all of them. Council Dibble.
Yes, Mr. President. Once again, I don't have a list in front of me, but
it says well, I'm assuming it says here that you would be moved for granted, but I'm assuming you want to move for denial.
I'm going to motion for denial, and I ask for it by roll call vote, please. And again, I ask for.
We're going to take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Council Dibble has asked that this motion be denied by roll call vote. I respect the good Ward 7 councilors' opinions and views. I just want to remind all my colleagues, which I've been very polite in stating this to Council Dibble along the way, and I understand his passion on this, but FCC rules say we cannot deny an application based on Council Dibble's argument. And for the record, I just want to say that. And for the record, I also want to go on record as saying that if we were to deny, that the applicant could then turn around and say that we denied based on FCC regulations, and therefore then they would turn around and take legal action against us, and then they would be granted access to the poll as per FCC rules. Just for the clarification, that's the way the rules are written. Council Dibble, one last time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Not once in the last 4.5 years have I voted against one of these for health issues and other issues that I understand what the law says. I apply some common sense to this, and I vote against it for aesthetic reasons or other reasons. And I cite so each time. And I cited on this earlier, I'm not voting against this for the human health impacts that may or may not happen to these 2 families. I'm just simply voting against this location, and I ask you all to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to go for the record that the Verizon has gone through their due diligence. They spent a year doing this. And for the record, I'm just stating the facts. They meet FCC rules with regards to their locations. So Council Dibble's motion is this matter be denied. So a yes vote would be for denied, and a no vote would be for approval. Madam City Clerk, will you please call a roll? Just so everyone's clear on that. A yes is to deny, a no is to allow it to go through.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez,
Yes.
Counselor Flynn,
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth,
No.
Counselor Madore,
No.
Counselor Marcillo,
No.
Counselor Prosnewski,
No.
Counselor Riccardi,
No.
Counselor Sargent,
Yes.
Counselor Torrio,
No.
and Counselor McCarthy.
No. On the matter of the denial, we have 11 members voting, 2, 3, 4 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The matter does not carry. The application is approved. Further hearings. For the record, if I could have 1 second of personal privilege, I want to, because God knows my wife is probably going to bed by now, but I just want to wish her a happy anniversary. A bunch of you have said it tonight, and thank you, but she's probably going to bed going, yeah, they're going to be there all night, so whatever, that's fine, it's part of the job, but good night, dear, happy anniversary. Hearings.
Happy anniversary, Counselor and Kathy.
Thank you.
We have an order continued from the April 23rd, 2020 meeting, Verizon Wireless to install a small cell antenna at 28 Raymond Road.
Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
Weird. I motion to deny this application.
Do you want, before you do that, do you want to open it up in case someone in the public wants to talk about this location? I mean, then no one wanted to talk about the last one. I just
Yes.
want to be, so right now so we're going to allow Mr. Klasnick to address us briefly for the same. Mr. Klasnick, I'm assuming you're in favor for all the same reasons you just stated previously?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
And certainly we can add any further input that's necessary, but we understand that.
If someone has a question, thank you. Okay, that being none, Madam City Clerk, will you open it up to see if anyone in the public wants to speak either in favor or opposed to this specific location on 28 Raymond Road?
Yep, if anybody's in the public would like to speak, please raise your hand, and if you're calling in, you can hit *9, and we'll take in favor or opposed. I do not see any.
Don't see anyone? Okay. Any member of the council before we recognize Council Dibble? Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I would like to ask the Verizon representative if by any case, all of the suggestions that Councilor Divos is asking, can they have a room for at least being analyzed before we say yes or no on this? There is any possibility that you might bring about to your team and maybe see there is any feasible way to change and listen to some of this concern and maybe can be addressed.
I'll just say, the process takes probably from start to finish over a year for an application like this. After they determine a need, and I'm not going to speak for Verizon, I'm just going to say, but we previously put an ordinance in place that it goes through the routing slip, if you will, between the various departments that have to check all the boxes before it comes back to us at this point. And by checking all the boxes, it means that they are in FCC compliance, meaning they're outside of any of these radiuses. And if anyone really wants to have a conversation with me when we can all get back together in a room and I can explain part of what Mr. The engineer was speaking about the drop off, because it's over the square. It's a complicated equation, but it makes more sense when you can explain it not so many technical terms. But anyway,
if I may, Mr. President, I feel that every rule having an extension, and that's why I ask Verizon to see if there is any extension, anything that they can do in their capacity to maybe expedite that process. Instead of waiting 1 year, maybe find a location and technical inside of the company, maybe find and accommodate this, because we understand that at this moment, it is a rule by the company and by all of the technical information that you just gave, which I totally agree because it's already made up. But in some company, you have plan A and plan B. Maybe they can adjust based on this situation. Maybe they can have some room and make some change. And that's my question. I mean,
I will say for the record, I had a conversation with Mayor Yusevich, who now works for Verizon, and I won't speak for him, but I will say during that conversation, I want to say that he agrees that there has to be a lot more outreach when it comes to these, and so that I know that Councilor Prosnowski had the same conversation with him after I had it with him, or before I had it with him, whichever way it was. And it's more about the outreach and getting people, like all this documentation that we got during this packet about the facts and the checks and the the understanding of what it is that they're doing, and the safety involved with them, and how they are not harmful, and how they choose these locations based on meeting all the guidelines of safety. And I can't, the way the ordinance is written now, that's the way it is. The ordinance does not have, the ordinance goes through the various different departments, and it comes to us last for the approval. So much like if Verizon wanted to open up the street to get a street opening permit to run a conduit, because it's in a public way, it has to come in front of us. But at this point, because, and I with all due respect to Councilor Dibble, you cannot deny these based on FCC rules legally. I'm just saying. I understand his passion. I understand what he's saying, but it falls outside the district, and they've gone through to make sure that they've dotted all their I's and crossed all their T's. So, and I don't know about Plan B. I mean, I'm assuming they looked at all different options, and they go out and do their due diligence. And in the last 2-3 weeks, I know they looked out at 15 different other poll locations per the request of Councilor Dibble, and they've came back to that plan. Those plans didn't work, unfortunately. So they're back to this plan, which has been vetted out. So, and I'm not, trust me, I'm not sitting here to defend them or represent them. I'm just stating, because I've had numerous conversations with the city solicitor about this and the legalities of this, and I just want to make sure that we, as a council, understand all that. And I respect anyone's vote on which way they go on this, but I'm just saying, from my conversations with the council, that the city solicitor's office, which represents all of us in the city, it's based on the fact that I understand the arguments, but the arguments can't be based on that. So,
thank you, Mr. President, for the clarification. Thank you.
Yep. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little bit amazed that we could reject other applications. If you remember the one in Ward 6, where the gentleman came in with his son, and he passionately talked about the pole being, I think it was 20 feet from his house. And we rejected that application. We voted against it. And the communications company went and found the location, came back, and we approved it. So I don't know why, when we're talking about 5 children 19 feet away, we just approved the last one. Now this one is also 19 feet away. I measured this one. I measured both, actually. One is 20, one is 19. Doesn't matter. 19, 20. This neighborhood of Raymond Road is a very dense neighborhood. Verizon is doing this basically, in their own words, mostly to service Salem State University. Why aren't we putting them on Salem State University property instead of affecting the immediate abutters around Salem State? It doesn't make sense to me, Mr. President. So how do we reject one a couple of years ago? Now we have 5 families, and we just approved that tonight. It makes no sense. Part of that, I think, is the passion that with COVID, we can't have a meeting in public. So we're doing the best, and you're doing a great job with this, Mr. President. We're doing the best we can through this, but people aren't paying attention so much to some of the little things that are happening. So they're not able to come with their 5 children and passionately speak before us, and we probably would have rejected the last one had that been done in person on the council floor. So once again, I'm asking that this one, out of respect for the neighbors that are very close on 28 Raymond Road and the other neighbors that are pretty close to there is alternate location for this one location. It's quite proven. In fact, Verizon said, well, this one could work. They did not consider the two that were just approved right near there, as I mentioned earlier. So if they took their circles and added the two circles that were just approved and put a circle on from Pickman Park Playground at the intersection of Lincoln and Monroe, they would see that 100% of their desired circle is now covered between the two that were already approved and the one that they would have to put in at that empty pole not near anybody's house. So again, once again, I'm asking for respect. Either delay this until Verizon can properly look at this, until they can properly talk to the town of Marblehead on their poles, as the woman at 28 Raymond Road requested. Don't put it out front, put it further back in my backyard on those empty poles that are back there. So I ask that Verizon look at this again, just table it, take another look at it, and choose one of these other good locations, but include the two locations in Ward 5 that were just approved right across the street from Salem State University.
Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I look at the, just to clarify, the site in Ward 6 a couple of years ago, we did not reject it at the time, but AT&T, who was the vendor then, did go back and agree to go look and see if they could come up with another location. And the one they came up with was directly to the other side of the street of it, because there was another unladen pole over there that was, if I recall, was primarily being used as a guide pole. It wasn't carrying services or transformers or anything like that. So that was why they were able to move. There was another pole literally about 30 feet away that was capable of handling the same function. It was slightly more inconvenient for them, but it made no material difference in the signal that they were putting out and the coverage they were looking to provide. So that was how and why that went down. When it comes to these, I know the science behind them, and I know that their safety is not an issue, especially with the small cell devices that are being installed to boost coverage. They're very directional in nature, they're very low in power, and they're very simple from a appearance standpoint. And I'm willing to support this one as well as the last one, as well as the ones that we did back in April, which we approved. This is the one that the most in coverage. I don't like the appearance of it because it's in a fairly dense area of poles, but I also realize that I haven't gone and looked at it myself as well. It's the only pole close by that's completely otherwise unburdened. So I get that. I'm not especially nuts about it, but appearance-wise, but I get it and I know it's safe. It was discussed, the poles that are run by Marblehead, the poles that are down at the bike path are all carrying high voltage because that's how Marblehead gets their electricity. So they were not, I recall that for the discussion, and from the messages that went back and forth, those poles weren't eligible to be used because they were extreme high voltage poles. That's why they don't have anything on them except for power. If there were other more aesthetically pleasing options available, that would be great, but I don't think to cover what they're looking for, which is not just Salem State, it's all the people in that neighborhood who are Verizon customers, many of whom are in fact working or attending Salem State, but there are also people living in the neighborhood too who use Verizon for their cell phone service, and they need, they need reliable service. People, the one last thing that I'll kind of point out, which I've said before about this, is a lot of people don't even have landlines anymore. Regular telephones are gone for so many people, us included. Everybody depends on a cell phone now, and usually a smartphone, as their only means of communication with the outside world. If cells are overloaded, if there's too much traffic out there, and you've got an emergency, you're not going to get through. It's really important. This is pretty much, this along with electricity are pretty much the two most important things we can deliver to, or help vendors deliver to our citizens at this point. And to put it really bluntly, the people worrying about, well, 4G is this, but 5G is this, and immune systems are this, or whatever. sheer, to put it simply, it's sheer and utter nonsense with absolutely nothing to support it other than conspiracy websites. And so, that there's a reason why we have to abide by FCC, and that's a pretty good one. So thank you.
I don't want to get into that debate, but anyway, thank you. Anyone else? Council Dibble. Council Flynn, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad that the good Ward 5 councilor cleared that up. I do remember that over on Liberty Hill, and I'm glad that AT&T did step up and work with the neighbors and work with us. I do wish Verizon was a little more willing to see if they could move this pole. Whatever reason that the neighbors do not want it there, the ward councilor is pleading that it not be there. I think we should listen to the neighbors. We don't work for Verizon. We work for the neighbors. For whatever reason, say it's aesthetics, they don't want it there. I think we should listen a little more closely, and I think this should be denied. Thank you.
Anyone else? Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know I have passion on this. There's reasons behind it. On this one location, as I said earlier, there are several other locations. I'll rattle off the 6. The 3 guy poles behind this woman's house are empty. The last pole, the Marblehead pole in the line, has only utility on one side of it, and then it goes down underground. There's a guy pole directly across the street from Raymond Road on Loring Avenue on Salem State property. Verizon wouldn't consider that because it wasn't in the right-of-way, but it is on public property on Salem State University property, directly across the street from Raymond Road. There are options. There are alternatives to this. We don't have to put this in front of this house. The neighbors have asked us not to do it. The neighbors have suggested put it on those empty poles out back. They're welcoming it, just don't want it so close to their house. They'll take it in their backyard, almost right on the property line, but not, I mean, that's much further. At least they have the whole backyard and a little bit of bike path right away before it hits their house. So again, I'll be voting against this. This is a very frustrating matter for me here tonight, and I apologize, Mr. President, for my passion. This is something that we just should not be doing near people's houses. Thank you.
You got a motion?
A motion to deny by roll call vote.
You have to close the hearing first, sir.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Council Dibble moves to close the public hearing. All's in favor, all's opposed. Can see hands, please, everyone. Yep. Council Dibble.
A motion to deny by roll call vote, please.
Council Dibble moves for denial by roll call vote. And as the last time, a yes vote would be to deny. A no vote would mean to approve. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
No.
Councilor Madore?
No.
Councilor Marcillo?
No.
Councilor Krasnowski?
No.
Councilor Riccardi?
No.
Councilor Sargent? I didn't hear you, Councilor.
Yes.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Councilor Torio?
No.
Councilor McCarthy?
No. On the matter of the approval, actually, on the matter of the denial of the pole location at 28 Raymond Road, we have 11 members voting. We have 4 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The matter does not pass and the location is approved. And for the record, I don't know how long this rest of this meeting is going to take, but at some point I may have to run out to my truck and grab my phone charger. I mean, my laptop charger. So we'll see how it goes.
I just want to thank the City Council for its time and wish everyone well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thank you for your team.
Thank you.
Appointments and reappointments.
Mr. President, do you want to move to take the recess right now so you can grab that?
No, that's fine. I still have some time on it, so we're good. I drop below half, so I start to worry when I get there. But go ahead.
We have held from the last meeting The mayor's appointment of Susan Yochelson of 5 Union Street to the Tree Commission with a term to expire on July 18th, 2022, and Cynthia Nita Soto, 6 Florient Road to the Redevelopment Authority with a term to expire on December 8th, 2021.
Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Council Terrio moves to confirmation by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Terrio.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. So Susan has long served the city. She was with Salem Sound Coast Watch for many years and did a lot for conservation. Has been involved in tree preservation in the city. Is a neighbor of mine as well, and really good people. I'm thrilled that she's doing this and joining the Tree Commission. I think she'll be great for us. And I'll also speak briefly, although she's not in my ward, they're both under me. Cynthia has been before us many a time as an advocate, as a appointee, and has really stepped up to volunteer for the city for a number of years now, and really knows her stuff, knows construction and real estate, and will be a great fit for the Redevelopment Authority.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank both on the willingness to serve in the capacity. But I have to mention that I had the honor and the privilege to know Cynthia Nina Soto for many, many years. And I think that along with everyone serving as a volunteer, we all had to be thankful for having her back on the committee. So I just wanted to say thank you to both of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble?
Also, Luca, are you starting?
Councilor Dibble, can you?
Council Dibble.
And one more question.
I see you saying yes, but you're muted.
Who is?
There you go.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
He's saying yes to me, but I can't hear him.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent? Councilor Sargent, can you unmute yourself, please?
Oh, we turned his video.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the 2 reappointments, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further appointments and reappointments.
Did Councilor Torrio want us to suspend the rules for maybe new appointments to speak? I know that Cynthia.
I will move to suspend the rules in case either one of them would like to speak. I know they're both in the audience right now.
I saw Susan a second ago.
Yeah, if either Susan or Cynthia would like to speak, feel free to raise your hand and we'll let you in.
Sorry, Susan was just there.
Yeah, it looks
I
like
don't
she's
know
off.
if Cynthia is still there.
Cynthia's got her hand up.
Okay, Cynthia, you can unmute yourself and you'll be able to speak.
Hey, I'm not sure if you can hear me okay?
Yes,
Yep, gotcha.
Awesome. Well, I'd like to say congratulations to President Carthy on your anniversary. Another one survived, so
yes.
Blessed as be you. I also like to say blessed to all of you because I went out, I did a showing, and you guys are all still here, and it's almost 10 o'clock at night. So I'm not too much of your time, just to say thank you very, very much. It is an absolute honor to give something back to the community that I grew up in, the community that took me in at the little age of 8 years old. So thank you. I do hope to do all of you proud, and go to bed, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Is Susan still here or did she leave? I'm sorry if she left.
Yeah, I think she might have just
Okay.
left. So, okay.
All right. Further appointments and reappointments.
Oops, sorry. Thank you, Councilor Torrio. I was looking for. Okay. The mayor's appointment of Patricia Small of 18 Dalton Parkway to the Council on Aging Board with a term to expire December 7th, 2020. The mayor's appointment of.
Councilman Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move this be held under the rules.
Councilman Madore moves to be held under the rules. Further appointments and reappointments.
We have the mayor's reappointment of Robert Callahan, 8 Stearns Place to the Parks and Recreation Commission with a term to expire June 1st, 2025.
Council Marcillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for this for confirmation by roll call vote.
Council Marcillo moves for confirmation by roll call vote. Any discussion?
Thank you for your service. This is great.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Prosnowski and then Councilor Dibble.
Just like to say that thanks to former Captain Callahan. I worked with him for over 30 years on the police department. He was dedicated to the city then, and he still continues to serve us in a great capacity. So I want to thank him for his continued service.
Agreed. Thank you. Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well said by Council Prosnowski, and I agree. Captain Cal, I've known for 35 years or so, and he loves Salem, and he does a great job. I've seen him in action on the Park and Rec Commission for a while. He does a great job, and this is a good vote.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the mayor's reappointment of Bob Callahan to the Park and Rec Commission, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Communications from the mayor.
We have in order that the sum of $32,000 is hereby transferred and appropriated from free cash to planning for the joint Beverly-Salem Climate Action Plan.
Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Council Torrio moves to suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection. Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is out of free cash. This is going into a joint project that we've been working on Beverly. It was about 2 months ago, I believe, that we sent in that we accepted the state funding on this project. Beverly is working with us on a climate resiliency plan for dealing with our coastlines and dealing with some of these issues. And this amount is the city's contribution towards the funds that are coming from the state on this. We're getting a total grant of $187,500. We're coming up with this much on top of it, and so is Beverly.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore? Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the appropriation of $32,000 for the transfer from fund balance reserve, free cash to the planning for the joint Beverly-Salem Climate Action Plan. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Medicare. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an order that the City Council approves the submittal of City of Salem's application for the CDBG CARES Act funds in the amount of $646,477, as well as the submittal of future applications.
Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Council Terrell moves for suspension of rules. Seeing no objection, Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Terrell moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a formality in this process of our receiving money that's been allocated to us by HUD under the CDBG CARES Act. At the moment, there's an allocation of $646,477 from the federal government to help us cover our COVID response-related expenditures. This would be that we are also pre-approving additional applications for further funds and reimbursement. And frankly, given our overall financial condition, that's looking out, expediting this is going to be a big plus in helping maintain our financial stability and be able to respond quickly to matters as they occur. So I very strongly support it.
I would concur. I'm on a call every day, and I know that the Chief Junta is the lead on keeping track of all COVID expenses that we've been incurring. So just try to recoup any of this stuff is very important. So anyone else? Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask some question on regard. I know that we're in the middle of a health crisis that is going to expand to the economic crisis. We haven't discussed any matter related to any expense. I believe that one of the councilors raised the question to the mayor on regard of how much are we spending whatever funds we have. And I know that any financial matter need to be, well, especially now in this situation, need to be clarified. I got questions, and I would like to see if there's any way that we can have some type of report on exactly how we're spending, what we're receiving, and how we're going to move forward. We need to be prepared for what's going to happen tomorrow. Not only we as a city, but the whole world is changing economically wise, and we need to be prepared. So if you don't mind, and this is go through you, Mr. President, to our chairman of finance. I know that we're supposed to meet, but I believe the meeting was canceled, and I wanted to have some deeply understanding on exactly how we're spending and what we receive. So I request, if there is any way that we can, any matter, I know that maybe some of the stuff that we're talking right now is time sensitive. If there is any way that you can explain more with more detail, especially for us, the newest or any other, so we can explain to the general public how we're spending. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll reach out to the mayor and the financial team to see if we get you some sort of spreadsheet or something, or they're using Google something or other. I can't remember what it is to track a lot of these expenses. And I know that Jane Guy is in the audience, who works very diligently with this fund as well. So if anyone wants to ask for suspension of rules, we can allow Jane to address
I'll
it.
also move.
Councilor Terrell moves for suspension of rules to allow Jane Guy to address us. Can I see 3 hands, please? Thank you. Madam City Clerk, if you could unmute Jane, please.
I just brought her in as a panelist. Jane, you can unmute yourself, please, and
Hi, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So this funding is specifically for preventing, preparing, and responding to coronavirus. It's money that is on top of our regular CDBG allocation, and we have to go through the process to amend our existing action plan in order to be able to show this as a funding resource. We did have a comment period. You received notification of that. There was a comment period for what the substantial amendment is. We also amended our citizen participation plan. Recently, we sent out requests for proposals for social service agencies to request funding to use these funds. These funds are going to be used not for expenses that the city has already incurred. This is going to be for mostly in this round basic needs kind of funding, It will be for things like rental assistance, homeless prevention assistance, business assistance. This is some of the funds where the grants to local businesses will be coming from. Meal grocery delivery, purchase, distribution of household supplies, services for homeless individuals, short-term housing for persons who can't socially distance in their current housing, childcare for essential workers, wellness check-ins. So we've received a number of proposals from social service agencies, and that is primarily where this funding will be used. Now, we're also expecting to be getting another round of CDBG funding. We do not have timing on that. And that will during that time, we'll be able to figure out if there are other places that we need to see funds going toward. But for this initial funding, we really wanted to make sure that we're kind of hitting the basic needs.
Thank you. Does that clarify it for you, Councilor Dominguez?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you, Jane.
Yeah. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam. Thank you, Jane. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn. No.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Kwasniewski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Torrio,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the order for the HUD CARES funds in the amount of $646,477, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further communications to the mayor.
We've been ordered that the City Council hereby orders Ford Avenue from Memorial Drive to Orange Island Road shall be closed to through traffic on June 5th, 2020 from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. for the purpose of holding a Salem High School graduation car parade, not care parade, car parade, to one of the 2020 graduates of Salem High School. This order shall also authorize closure on a rain date of June 6, 2020 from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
That would be me.
That will be you.
Thank you. I move for adoption by roll call vote. And under discussion, very briefly, this idea was floated probably in the last month, and it's after they looked at a bunch of different sites. Ford Avenue seems to be the best, and let's be specific. Ford Avenue won't be closed to through traffic because everyone will be flowing through there celebrating all our seniors that will be lined up on the side of Ford Avenue for everyone to beep at, honk, holler at, and I would encourage anyone who has the time or ability to recognize these fine individuals who have been through as much as the unprecedented times that we as a group have been through. If you can think back to your youth, and if you were 17, 18 years old and all of a sudden you just had everything shut down, you had no athletics, you had nothing. And I will say that I haven't had to deal with them personally, but the student council at the high school and everyone and their team up there with the superintendent and the principal have done a great job in getting these kids together. They're understanding what's going on. And on top of what we're talking about right now, some of the other things, just to let you all know, what they're thinking about is, when everyone comes home back from Thanksgiving break, they're going to have their prom on the Friday after Thanksgiving or the Saturday. I don't know if they figured out the date. So they're trying to come together as a graduating class. This is just something small, just to recognize the fact that this would have been their graduation. So I would encourage anyone who has the time and ability to drive down there and give them a honk or a wave or whatever it is, because they've been, as much as we've all been through, they've been through a lot too. And they're going through uncertain times as they go to the next phase of their life with everything that's going on. Whether it's they're going to college, they don't know if they're going to be doing it remotely, or if they're trying to go out into the workforce. It's difficult. So I would ask for adoption by roll call vote. Seeing no discussion, Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosnowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the authorizing for the rolling parade for the seniors on Ford Avenue on the date of June 5th, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Mayor's informational page, we took care of that one. We're under motions, orders, and resolutions. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the year 2020, an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to traffic, Chapter 42, Section 50B, be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Salem as follows. Section 1, amending Chapter 42, Section 50B, handicap parking time limited. It is hereby amended by repealing the following: Moffett Road in front of number 58 for a distance of 18 feet, handicap parking only tow zone. This ordinance shall take effect as provided by City Charter. I move for adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
Council Dibble moves for adoption by first passage by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Dibble.
Yes, very briefly, this is a handicap parking spot, accessible parking spot rather, in the middle of a residential neighborhood, and the family that was using it with their wheelchair ramp that went up to the house, they moved away. The wheelchair ramp has come down, and somebody in the neighborhood actually removed the sign so that they could park in that area. That's a whole different story. So the parking space is no longer needed because the family has moved elsewhere.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosnowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of adoption for first passage, the traffic ordinance, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Further motions and orders resolution. Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the year 2020, an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to traffic, Chapter 42, Section 50B, be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Salem as follows. Section 1, amending Chapter 42, Section 50B, handicap parking limited time is hereby amended by adding the following: Orchard Street in front of number 18 for a distance of 20 feet, handicap parking only tow zone. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect as provided by City Charter. And I move for adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
Councilor Riccardi moves for adoption for first passage by roll call vote. Under discussion, Councilor Riccardi.
No discussion.
On council, any further discussion? Seeing none. On Councilor Riccardi's motion for adoption by roll call vote, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosnowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of adoption for first passage on the traffic ordinance as presented by Councilor Riccardi, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Are there any other further motions, orders, or resolutions? Seeing none. Committee reports. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to pull up the committee report real quick. All of them tonight. City of Salem City Council, May 28, 2020, the Committee on Ordinances, Licensed Legal Affairs, to whom was referred the matter of home rule petition relative to property tax exemption for rental properties as affordable housing, has considered said matter and would recommend the matter remain in committee.
On acceptance,
I move to accept the report.
on acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? On adoption of the recommendation, Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a very productive discussion on this home rule petition. It's the second time that my committee has taken up the matter. We did have the mayor and her staff join us this Tuesday to talk about the proposal to cap rent at a 25% reduction of the fair market rent, and that the tax exemption would be offered as a monetary benefit to address the potential rent control issue. We felt that this should remain in committee until the ADU ordinance, a decision has been made on the ADU ordinance by this body, so that this can actually go into effect or not. So we decided to keep that in committee until we take action on the ADU ordinance.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, on Councilor Madore's motion that this matter remain in committee, all those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect 11 hands. Further committee reports, Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just pull up the right one. This one is the table of uses, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem City Council, May 28, 2020, Committee on Ordinances, License and Legal Affairs, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of communication from the Planning Board regarding ordinance amendments relative to accessory dwelling units, Section 3.1, Table of Principal and Accessory Use Regulations. Has considered said matter and would recommend refer to full City Council for first passage as amended.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? Let the record reflect this are 11 hands. All those opposed? On adoption of the recommendation, Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We talked about, it was a longer than necessary conversation, but we got to where we needed to be. And the good counselor from Ward 7 had a question about whether accessory dwelling units should be allowed in NRCC, given in the past, NRCC has been assigned a simple dash for different uses. And it was also included in the planning board's recommendation as a dash. So we asked for clarification on whether ADUs could be allowed in NRCC, and in the end, we decided to amend it to Y to indicate that it is allowed in NRCC. And I'm not sure where the body stands on this one tonight. I would be inclined to either move for adoption for first passage on this one, or we could have additional discussion around this.
I guess my only question would be, I mean, the adoption of the table is only needed only if we move on the ordinance itself. So, I mean, if the idea is to move on the ordinance itself later on in the evening, then we could act on this, or you could take the other one up first and then decide whether or not you want to leave this in committee. It's up to you.
I'm fine either way. We can move on to the next committee report if that's the will of the body.
Anyone have any further discussion on that? I mean, obviously, I mean, I don't expect anyone to take an action on a table relative to ADUs if the body isn't willing to move on the ADUs. So, Why don't we just leave this with no action right now, but someone please remind me to go back and either remain in committee or take a vote on it before why don't we just go right to, where'd it go?
The next one is right
The
below it,
next one.
page 11, third one down
Okay, why don't we just skip to page, yeah, we'll go to that one first.
is the whole ordinance.
Yep. Why don't we just put a hold on the second matter, because we can't adopt the second matter if we don't adopt the third matter. And if we don't move on the third matter, then it doesn't make sense to move on the second matter. So, Council Madore, if you could please further committee reports.
Sure. City of Salem City Council, May 28, 2020, the Committee on Ordinances, License and Legal Affairs co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of communication from the Planning Board regarding ordinance amendments relative to accessory dwelling units, Section 10, 3.2.4, and Section 3.2.8. Has considered said matter and would recommend refer to the full City Council for first passage as amended.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed? Adoption of the recommendation, Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We went through the Planning Board's recommendation, and it took pretty detailed minutes on this. There was several moving parts, but in general, there were three main categories from the Planning Board's recommendation. The first was relative to tree caliper, which we accepted through a motion. And the second was to not allow newly detached structures as ADU. And the reason being, if a homeowner is to create an ADU using a newly detached structure, then the cost would be very high, and that cost would be carried over to the renter who would be benefiting from the unit. And the economics just doesn't make sense, because the rents would not be enough in the long run to cover the cost to build the unit. And in that sense, the unit itself would not be affordable. So it goes against the spirit of and the purpose of the ordinance. So the Planning Board decided to prohibit newly detached structures be used as ADUs. And we agreed that that was a good approach. And so we accepted that recommendation as well. So those were the two motions we took in regards to the Planning Board's recommendation. And then we had an amendment. We made an amendment to insert the effective date or time when the ordinance goes into effect, to address the issue that an attachment to an existing building, existing property could be used as an ADU, converted to an ADU. So the word existing is not clear on when that is. So we added language into the ordinance to indicate that the existing refers to when the ordinance is adopted. And our staff planner Amanda did send along additional language on that. I believe she had removed existing entirely to avoid that confusion. So that was the one amendment that we added. And the motion overall to refer out, we did not have a specific recommendation on the full package of the Planning Board's recommendation, but we did refer it out for the full council to act upon. And in further discussion, we also realized that the councilor from Ward 5 had additional language that he would like to see inserted into the ordinance in regards to an attached structure, rather than allowing it to be built by right. He would like to see it done through special permit. However, Our staff planner did mention that the clarity around what an attached structure is, we didn't have the language specifically before us to act upon, because an attached structure could be an external staircase or elevator shaft or whatever it could be on outside of the building. So we felt that it was prudent to allow more time for that language to be tightened up and brought before us. And then lastly, we had additional proposal around the rent cap at 25% reduction of the fair market rent that we would like to see inserted into the ordinance. And our staff planner had indicated that she will work on that language and bring that before us tonight to consider. So given all that said, there is a lot of new information that was sent to us tonight, in addition to some additional language that I think could be added. I'm inclined to table this for counselors to take a couple more weeks to digest. And there's a lot of information that we should be looking into. I'm also willing to listen to what my colleagues stand on this, whether they've had the time to look at the package that Amanda sent along earlier this evening. I took a quick look and it made a lot of sense. There was a lot of emphasis on affordability, especially adding the word affordable before the phrase accessory dwelling unit, so that it is clear that these units are provided for a certain level, people seeking a certain level of rent. And I think that was a good way to indicate that. So I'm happy to have a little bit of discussion around this and see where everyone stands, or I'm inclined to table this until the next meeting as well.
Council Maduro, is your motion to table? Because the motion to table is non-debatable. So is your motion to
I have
table?
not made the motion, Mr. President.
You haven't
Thank
made the
you.
motion yet? Okay. Councilor Dominguez, then Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President, through you. And I happened to participate in that meeting. As you might know, I have a big passion on this ordinance because and I want to say for the record, I am in favor of a ADU that really work for the most needed one, and that really present the alternative that we need here in our great city of Salem. As of right now, I'm still not seeing that in that ordinance, based on the fact that affordability, the component that is being brought in, is not based on our people. We cannot afford that. So I like to have that piece of that ordinance to be more, at least more real, more directly to help what we need. We understand that doesn't going to solve the situation. If that is the case, let's not sell this piece as an affordability tool. This is not an affordability tool, at least for the people of Salem. So, and I had to thank you because I see the intention on trying to compromise, but I think it's not enough. This is not what it is. It's a lot of concern into that audience. I have done my homework. I had to tell you that I'm in a large. I've been elected by represent everybody in the city of Salem. And I got in touch with many, many, many people who do not agree with what's going on. And they don't see real fact on those and that ability. So if the intention are to work and have something done, let's sit down openly and let's try to compromise and let's make it happen. I'm very tired of listening the crisis that we have in Salem, but at the end of the day, we don't really fulfill the need of those people who really are suffering. That affordability do not comply with any living person here in Salem. Who, and I ask you a question, who on suffering right now because of the economic situation, make a salary of $49,000, paying almost the same or more for a very tiny room. So let's be real. Let's be creative. Let's do it. We represent the people, but let's represent the people in the right way. And I have to tell you that I have a lot of hitting on both sides. This is very hard to me because I represented people who are suffering the most in this situation. On the other hand, I see that the audience really doesn't help whatsoever. It doesn't help. It's always pretend to, but it doesn't have really action on that really help the people. We have so many things that we can do, but we don't want to hear. We don't want to listen. We just want to hear one side. And I understand that sometimes you compromise with some of your belief, but this is a time that we need to be open. And I had to recognize in a big time that our job is to represent the people and to make check and balance. I don't have no other purpose to be in this body if I don't want to perform that duty. That's my duty. And I will represent the most needed one, and I listen to people. And I encourage you to do it the same in this topic. There is two sides, but this one side that is only wanted to present their way, doesn't let the other side see it. We see it today through a hearing. Many people for both sides expressing themselves, but one side concern is only listening all the time. The other side concern is always have some a way of seeing it in a different way. This is about time that we, especially now in this moment, we facing the most deeply crisis in the whole world because of this pandemic, and whatever you have before, it's going to be deeply now, but we don't really see it. We just mention it. We just want to put a Band-Aid, and we have a lot of situations deeply here that we need to address it. If we're going to have a new audience, in which I always propose we have one in place. Let's take a look on everything. Let's be open. Let's put it on the table and let's do our job. Our job is to represent the people and try to balance and make sure that everyone compromise. We need a compromise from the developer sector. We need a compromise from the administration. We need a compromise for the regular residents. We need a compromise. This is a compromise situation that we need to find it. We don't see it. To be honest with you, I'm in favor, but this one doesn't satisfy what we need. Until I don't see what we need to have to satisfy the need of the most needed one, I cannot vote on something that only going to put a Band-Aid to the situation. Enough is enough. This is about time that we say how it is. This is how it is. I know I'm going to hear a lot of comments, a lot of good position on it, but that doesn't satisfy the real need. We need to put our ear in the real situation and listen to people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Council Dibble, then Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been reading and rereading this for a long time. I took the initiative with former Councilor Elaine Milo and a group of senior citizens from the Senior Center, as you all know. And we did a lot of research. We held 2 very well-attended meetings, and we created the existing in-law apartment ordinance that passed the City Council 11-0 a few years ago. And that allowed family members to take care of other family members within their home by having an in-law apartment. They basically made in-law apartments in the single-family area, the R1 zone, made them legal. I thought that the good Ward 5 councilor had a good recommendation, and I thought that we had voted on it at our last meeting, but perhaps we didn't. We were not sure in the OLA meeting, the subcommittee meeting, whereas I think the Ward 5 councilor was asking for a special permit to be added for any exterior additions, any exterior construction. If the ADU was being created inside the house, that's one thing, but if they're going to add an addition or some staircases and other things to the outside the house, that a special permit would be required. I think that's a good idea, and I think we need to vote on that tonight. But I'd like to add, and I'd like to move that the special permit also be required for detached structures as well. That being, if you have an existing garage, and we didn't clarify this in OLA, but if you have an existing garage or an existing structure in your backyard, a side yard, a front yard, a second building on your property, it's existing, you could take that building and enlarge it, length, width, and go up to a certain amount of square footage and have a second house there. That also, for the protection of the neighbors, that also should require a special permit and not be of right. So I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the good Ward 5 councilors' suggestion that we require a special permit for both, Mr. President. I so move.
Thank you. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know there's a motion without a second, but I just want to say that I really applaud the good at-large counselor on his persistence to push for more affordability. And we were able to find this example in Wellfleet that they had adopted with a limit on the rent. And for those who are not familiar with fair market rent, it is what the housing authority uses to determine how much rent a Section 8 voucher should be charged for. And as we all know, folks who live in public housing or have housing vouchers, especially Section 8 vouchers, are the most vulnerable populations that we have. And this proposal is a 25 further reduction on that rent. I don't know how low we get from there. 25 reduction on the lowest rent that we can offer. And so I think this is a really good compromise. If we're talking about compromise, I think we are all open for ideas, and the at-large counselor has talked about these compromises. And I would really welcome that he continues this discussion by bringing some of his ideas of what he thinks could get him to a yes. And with that, I would move to table this.
Councilor Madore has moved to table. Councilor Prosnowski.
Undebatable.
It's undebatable.
Not debatable.
The motion to table is not debatable. So at this point, we need to take a vote on tabling. Madam City Clerk. I can't hear you, sir. Eileen, you're muted.
My clipboard hit my space bar.
There you go. You're clicking yourself.
Oh, yeah. I want to go to your birthday.
Councilor Dibble?
No.
But
Councilor Dominguez?
Oh,
Councilor Flynn?
No.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
no.
Councilor Torium?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of tabling this matter, we have 11 members voting. We have 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The matter stands tabled. I would ask Councilor Madore to go back to the previous committee report and ask that remain in committee. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to also move to table this instead of remain in committee.
Okay, fair enough. Councilor Madore has moved that this matter be tabled as well in conjunction with the third matter. Any discussion? Say aye. No discussion. She motioned to table. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Table or in a committee?
Table.
Table.
She moved to table.
what? Actually, I think it's just broken.
Councilor Dibble?
No.
Councilor Dominguez?
No.
Councilor Flynn?
No.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
No.
Counselor Torrio,
Yes.
and Counselor McCarthy.
Yes, on the matter of tabling, we have 11 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Matters tabled. Further committee reports. Councilman Dole.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just was trying to pull up the right one.
It's for Robinson Road.
Yep. City of Salem City Council, May 28, 2020, Committee on Ordinances, License, Legal Affairs, co-posted with Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of communication from the Planning Board regarding, I don't think this is a communication from the Planning Board, but the matter relative to removing Robinson Road from the list of accepted streets, has considered said matter and would recommend remove Robinson Road from the city's list of accepted streets, subject to the city solicitor's confirmation that 116 Swampscott Road is not city property.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed, let the record say I saw 11 hands. On the adoption of the recommendation, on discussion, Councilman Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was a good discussion regarding some of the errors that the city has made in the past, and I think we're still trying to correct some of these errors and relative to adding right-of-ways to the public ways list of the city's list of accepted streets. And there was one question that was brought up by the Good Work Counselor from Ward 7 regarding 116 Swampscott Road. And that was further confirmed by our solicitor that it is not owned by the city, and therefore Robinson Road, the entirety of Robinson Road is a private way. And with that confirmation, we would recommend removal of Robinson Road from the city's list of accepted streets.
Thank you. Council Dibble, do you have anything to comment about this with your ward? No? We're all set with that?
To clarify, this is in Ward 3.
Oh, well, okay. Council Masillo, sorry.
Nope. Christine did a great job. Councilor Major did a great job of explaining it.
Awesome, thank you. So on adoption of the recommendation that Robinson Road be removed from the list of accepted streets, just for clarification, I'll ask for a roll call vote. Madam City Clerk, will you please call a roll?
Listen, go. I said no to that. I'm not the murderer. Allie, I'm not the murderer, but I just committed 2 murders.
Sorry. Counselor Dibble.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a yes vote will take this street off of the approved list. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
So would you vote yes?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Counselor Dominguez.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth.
I'm gonna go get some gold.
Counselor Madore.
Yes.
Counselor Marcillo.
Yes.
Counselor Prosnewski.
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi.
Yes.
Counselor Sargent.
Yes.
Counselor Torrio.
Yes.
And Counselor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the removal of Robinson Road from the list of accepted city streets, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Further committee reports, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem City Council, May 28, 2020, the Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter relative to easement agreement with Vavel LLC for parking and access at 633 Loring Ave, has considered said matter and would recommend approval.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? Let the record reflect that I had 11 hands. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was another pretty straightforward conversation regarding some of the, usage of the property, private property owner usage of city property, and an easement agreement was drafted to ensure that the city will not sorry, there's a lot of background noise. That the city can still will not be prohibited from taking the property back, but with the easement agreement that both parties, the city and the property owner, understand that a certain monetary value that comes with improvements of this area. So there's an agreement to pay, I believe it was taxes on the assessed values and an agreement around addition of trees. And that was added into the easement that was also sent to us, at least to me and the city solicitor today, by Attorney Grover. And this one is in Ward 7, and I believe the counselor from Ward 7 has also been supportive of this agreement.
Thank you. Councilor Dibble, anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think there's a typo here. This is actually 602 Loring Avenue. And it's just a typo. We treated it as 602 the whole way. This is a really good example, Mr. President, of a developer coming in and seeing what the neighborhood wanted, listening as much as he can. He proposed something that several of the neighbors felt was too much. So the building itself was reduced in height by 2 stories. It came down significantly. The building was also moved away from the neighbors. The building was redesigned. Instead of being a big shoebox, if you would, it became like a letter L with a couple of steps into it. It has an interesting design now, much shorter, much further away. And at that point, in the developer working with the neighborhood to not overcrowd the neighborhood and not to block the sunlight and everything else, that the abutters decided to support this project and withdrew their protest of their appeal, rather, of the project. So they made it shorter. It's only 20 units. It's not going to add much to the traffic at all. It's actually good development at only 20 apartments. So one issue that I saw after reviewing the easement itself, and I want to point this out to the council, was that yes, we're going to get $25,000 for this easement, $12,500 for the I forget the exact number, $12,000 for the right to buy that easement from the owner of the property, and then $13,000 approximately for the trees that are going to be cut down, which they're basically all junk trees. Everybody agrees to that. So we're going to get $25,000 for this easement, but the easement would not have guaranteed anything going forward in relationship to property tax payments. So I had met with the owner's attorney and our city solicitor, and we compromised. They came up with some wording, very good wording, and was added into the easement that basically requires that the owner will pay a line item of property tax for that easement every year going forward. So in 20, 30 years from now, we're still going to be getting paid a rent, if you would, but basically we made it fair so that they're paying proper real estate tax. And I'll be voting in support of this, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
And just for clarification, it does need a 2/3 vote.
Yep.
So Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
I was gonna use arrows, but then Joe said.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
That's what I was gonna do.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Krasnowski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Torio,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the granting of the easement for Vavel LLC for parking access at 602 Loring Ave, is that correct, Council? 602? Thank you. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Further communications, city officials.
We have a communication from the planning board regarding the inclusionary zoning ordinance.
Council Madore. First have to move to receive and file.
I move this be received and filed.
Council Madore move that this be received and filed. All those in favor, all those opposed? Will the record reflect it's our 11 hands? Council Madore. I think we got to jump ahead. Hold on, Council.
23, 23.
Page 23. There you go. I'm getting there. Page 23. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do I have to read this?
No.
All right.
Unless someone wants you to.
23. Okay, got it. I'm inclined to move for adoption for first passage by roll call vote, given that the planning board didn't have any recommendations. They were unanimous in support of the inclusionary zoning. And I do want to thank Councilor from Ward 7 and Ward 1 and Ward 6, former Councilor Beth Gerard and Councilor at Large Sargent that worked really hard, and also Councilor at Large Dominguez, who joined us in working on this ordinance since the beginning of 2018, I believe. There was a lot of community discussion around this, and we had a lot of analysis to make sure that we got this right. And I think this is a very strong ordinance, and we put a lot of work into this, and the councilors who sat on the Affordable Housing Trust with myself, I think we all brought really great ideas to make this ordinance stronger. And I would personally say that this is one of the strongest inclusionary zoning ordinances that I've seen, if not in the North Shore, but across the state. And I think this would do a lot of good and have really great impact immediately in the development activity in Salem, and would produce a lot of good affordable housing, basically. I'm okay with moving this to committee as well, but if there's, I don't know what the will of the body is, but if there's support around this, I think it would be good to see where everybody stand on this.
Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just got like 20 pages of ordinance. I found most of the mistakes I've made is voting on something the night it comes in. This is officially before us tonight, and I would ask that this go to committee. Part of some issues I have is with the bonuses. One of them, the 25%, more units for doing certain things. So I would respectfully ask this to go to committee.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to remind everybody that this is running also in a similar timeline with the ADU ordinance, given that the public hearing closed on the same date. So we would need to allow enough time. If we would like to refer this to committee, we need to allow enough time for this to have first and second passage if we would like to adopt this. Again, it's a very strong ordinance. I think we put a lot of work into this for the 2 years, and I'll just point that out. So we need to act with urgency.
Yeah. I would concur that this is very strong, and I understand that some people might have some concerns. You could always ask for roll call vote by first passage, and then motion to refer it back to committee. If Councilor Sargent has some tweaks he wants to make to it. Councilor Sargent has his hand up again.
Thank you, Mr. President. That would, any tweaks that are made would require another advertising in the paper, and I think the city clerk would agree that money be.
Yeah, we don't need to spend any more money.
So but let's say I was strongly in favor of inclusionary housing. 10% was the best we could get with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and I wanted to try and make amendments on the floor to get 10% for something built by right, maybe some more, 12, 13, 14, 15% for something where we give people special permission for special permits, zoning changes, etc. And so then on top of that, there was little or no discussion that I can remember of a bonus component for this. So that 25% is a big bonus component, and I think that's going to make a big difference, in and what gets built, how it gets built. Somebody wants to build a 100-unit thing, and all of a sudden it's 125 units. That was a big thing that was kind of slipped in there, so that needs to be discussed. And the public needs to know about that and needs to be able to weigh in on that. Thank you.
If you want to, if the will is to move it to committee, that's fine, but I will say that the bonus has been in the order and in discussion since the get-go. It wasn't something that was added. Whatever we had during the public hearing was sent over to the planning board, and they referred it back without any changes or recommendations. So it's been in there since the start. Just for the record. Just for the record, been in there since the start.
Exactly. It's been in there since the council got it. And in the Inclusionary Housing Committee, there wasn't much discussion at all about that. So, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just very briefly, it's already 11 p.m. I'm fine with the ordinance as is. Before we decide whether to refer it back to committee or not, to re-review all the language, which did come to us from planning with no changes. My one question would be where we are at on the clock on this one.
August 2nd.
Okay, so
I happened to check earlier today.
Good. So if we have a committee meeting on it, if we did do a committee, we can have it out in June we could have it out for the June meeting and have first passage by then, because we'll be meeting in July, probably a couple times through the summer this year because of finances. So.
Yep. It's fair. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't quite catch what the date was. Can you repeat that?
August 2nd. It's 90 days from the close of the public hearing. I confirmed that with the city clerk earlier today.
Thank you.
So is there a motion on the floor with this? I mean, obviously we're not going to, I don't think there is a will to move this evening. So
motion to move to committee.
I'll second that.
There's a motion on the floor, seconded by Councilor Madore, to move the matter to committee. Seeing no further discussion.
Co-posted, of course.
Co-posted, of course. Thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? The matter goes to committee. Petitions.
We have petition from National Grid to install a conduit on Cross Street.
Hearing order June 11, 2020. Further petitions.
We have a petition from National Grid to install a conduit on Riverway Road.
Hearing order June 11, 2020. Further petitions.
And we have a petition from Comcast to install a conduit on Washington Street.
Hearing order June 11, 2020. Further petitions.
We have two public guide license applications.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we grant Mr. Horton his license and move the other application from the applicant from North Attleboro to the Committee on Ordinances, License and Legal Affairs. Or if I can do that, if you want me to do that, two motions separately, I can do that as well.
Your first motion would be to divide the question.
I move to divide the question.
Councilor Madore moves to divide the question. All those in favor, all those opposed? Let the record reflect I saw 11 hands. Councilor Madore, take up the first one first. Olivia Gaplin.
I move that the license application for Olivia Garuz-Galpin of North Attleboro be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, License and Legal Affairs.
On Council Madore's motion that the application of Olivia Garuz-Gaplin be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, License and Legal Affairs. All those in favor? All those opposed? The record reflect I saw 11 hands, or 10 plus my own 11. On the second part of the divided question, Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I further move that the application from Mr. Jeffrey Horton of Summer Street in Salem be granted.
On Council Madore's motion that the application of Jeffrey Horton be granted, all those in favor? Councilor Dominguez, you in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Let the record reflect I saw 10 plus my own 11 hands. Further petitions, Council Madore.
We have a one drain layer contract operator license application.
Sorry, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move this be granted.
On Council Madore's motion that this matter be granted, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Council Flynn, there you go. You were just kind of turned out of my screen a little bit. Let the record reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own, 11. The matter is granted. Further petitions.
We have one claim.
That would be Council Madore because I don't run that committee. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move this be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, Licensing, and Legal Affairs.
Council Madore moves that this matter be referred to the Committee on License Order Legal Affairs. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? All those opposed? The record reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own. Unfinished business.
We have a second passage of an ordinance amending traffic relative to crosswalks.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote.
Thank you. Council Madore moves for second and final pass by roll call vote. Any discussion?
No discussion.
No discussion. Councilor Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe in committee, we asked for, and Council Presnowski, I think, asked for information on how many parking spaces might be lost throughout the city if we did this. And we did first passage and we're supposed to get that information, I believe. I don't have any information that I know of as to how many spaces might get lost. Can somebody elaborate on that, please?
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. The at-large counselor is correct, and thank you for the reminder. I had meant to follow up on that. I've been a little overwhelmed, so I'm not sure what the motion would be, but I'm happy to withdraw that motion. And
Could I just one discussion, please?
Yep, Council Sargent.
Yeah, because
I will caution you. I agree that losing parking spaces is concerning, but public safety kind of is also paramount during this. So,
thank you very much. I don't disagree, but what we're looking at is the number of spaces, and if it was too many, what I was looking at as a friendly amendment that said something to the effect that if it was cut and dry at 10 feet, and we could save a parking space making it 9 or 8 feet, then maybe we could make it 8 or 9 feet to save that one parking space. So we have a little bit of wiggle room in there. And without all that information, I would, if anybody else wants to speak, fine, but otherwise I'd make a motion to table.
Anyone else have any further discussion on this matter? Council Presnowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason I requested, I just wanted to see a list of every crosswalk that would be affected in the city. I understand public safety. I've been working in that area for almost all my life, and I understand the importance of it. I just want to get a overall view of the entire city and every crosswalk in the city and how many of those parking spaces would be affected. I'm sure that in the end, again, safety is going to be the right way to go, but it'd be nice to have an idea of exactly where all these crosswalks are, where all these parking spaces are that we're going to lose, and how many we're going to lose. That's all I requested.
Okay, fair enough. Anyone else? Motion on the floor to table. Councilor, sorry to get on. Madam City Clerk.
I just want to know if you just wanted to hold it to the next meeting instead of tabling it, so we can.
Yeah, we can do that. Why don't we just hold it to the next meeting? Make it easy that way. We don't have to take the vote at the next meeting. Let's get it off the table. The motion, Council, are you amenable to that?
Yes.
Hold till the next meeting. Thank
Yes.
you. On Council Madore's motion to hold it over till the next meeting, all those in favor? All those opposed? Anyone have any other business? Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of personal privilege, if I could.
Yep, go ahead. No objection.
Thank you. Our next meeting is not for 2 weeks, and by that time, everybody, all the high school seniors here in Salem will have graduated in the weirdest graduation ever, and mine included in that. And so I want to just sort of take a second to say to all the seniors who are hopefully have better things to do right now than be watching us at 11 o'clock at night. I'm sorry that your senior years all ended in such a strange way. And you guys are all strong for having been able to get through this, and it's going to get a lot better for you. Congratulations on making it to this point, and congratulations on your graduations. And you're going to have a good summer. You're going to have a great fall, all of you. So thanks.
Thank you. Well said. And for the record, I just want to also say that somehow Council Turiel managed to make it to a hairdresser or a barber or someone.
Did. My barber in Peabody opened back up on Monday. My son and I were two of his first customers, and they've got the safety thing down.
That's good.
They're really good.
I haven't made the venture yet. It's going to come, though. Anyone else? All that being said, Councilor Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adjourn.
Councilor Sargent moves to adjourn. All those in favor? All those opposed? We stand adjourned. Thank you very much. Good night.